Second, thank you. All right. Well, we have an esteemed crew here. Esteemed crew.
HR,
I
do
should
you want
say.
to?
And HR?
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna let HR go first.
Thank you.
Ladies first. We don't let these slugs.
That's what I said.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Megan Scott. I'm the HR director.
What page you on?
It looks like page 31.
Bobby, we just started. Have a seat. Thanks. This is Megan from HR. Hi, Megan.
Hi.
Would you say 31?
31.
We're gonna be going to page 31. My mic is on. Please speak up.
Okay. Where do you want me to start? Is
Just
not
run
much.
down on what you've done.
Well, you could,
Your plans.
What I'd like to do is tell us a little about what's going on in HR, some of your plans.
Yeah.
Some of the things that you've put in motion since you came on.
Well-
And then we'll ask some questions from there if there are any in the audience.
Great, thank you. Well, today, actually, we had our annual benefits fair because open enrollment started 2 days ago. We had like 65 employees attend the benefits fair along with 13 vendors that they could visit. It was a very successful event, really excited about that. So we are preparing for the 2025-2026 benefit plan year, which starts April 1st, and getting ready for that. I also help with most of the city's recruiting efforts, so especially within City Hall, help to bring in candidates to interview and then get them started on their first day. I onboard them as well. And then I also deal with employee relations issues. So when employees have conflicts with each other, they come and see me, and usually I let them talk it out and then they feel good afterwards. But if they don't, we move on to something like either an informal or formal investigation into what's going on and go from there. That's an overview of what I do.
Anything special coming up or anything, or?
Well, like I said, we had the benefits fair today. Open enrollment ends next Friday. So if our employees have medical benefits through the city and they want to make any changes, they come to me and I make all of the changes through Excelis Blue Cross Blue Shield's website, and then track it to give to payroll so that payroll has the right deduction amounts for them. I also help with all of the retirees who are still in our plan. I will be billing them for the new plan year as well, so that those bills come back to the city for their premiums. That's what I got.
All right. Katie, we'll start with you.
No, I don't have any questions right now. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. I don't have any questions.
Good mic, a second.
Just a question based on what you mentioned for my own knowledge. You mentioned procedures, grievances, disciplinary procedure. Does the policy differ, your action differ when union employees are involved versus non-union employees? Just out of curiosity.
A little bit. Honestly, we had an employee go to their union representative a couple of weeks ago. The union rep called me and said, hey, what do you know about this? And then the three of us ended up getting on a call, talking it out, and the employee understood more. Hey, this is what I was complaining about. I explained a little bit more about why the decision was made that they were complaining about, and it was fine. I don't want to treat employees differently just because they're unionized. I want them to be able to talk to me and just come and say, hey, I want to have a conversation. If after that it still needs to go through like a grievance process, then yeah, we'd work with the unions. But I don't treat any employees differently just based on their union. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Yep.
On your supplies line, I take it that it went from $700 to $4,600 because there was nobody in the department, right?
That's correct. We also this year budgeted, we're adding in the budget for compliance posters that the city has to buy every single year and add to each building throughout the city. These are legally required by the state of New York, and they weren't budgeted before previously, so we put them under mine.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else?
No, good.
We're good, we're gonna get you in and out of here.
I have one more
Katie's
question.
got
Sorry.
one more.
What, the contracted services, what are those for?
So this year we use the contracted services to engage an actuary to look at benefit premiums, and what we should or should not be charging. You know, what if we were to change plans, what if we were to do this, and kind of help inform what we already knew about benefits. So that's what we used them for last year, so
Same service?
in case, yeah, just planning that
Cool.
this year as well.
Thank you. That's all. Now you're free.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Nicely done, Megan.
Have a great night.
You too.
Thank you.
You wanna wait? Okay. No bill. You're up.
Thank you. Afternoon all.
Corporation Counsel?
No, that's okay, that's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
missed
that's
it.
fine, go.
No,
No,
You wanna go?
no, really.
No, you're right.
I'm here all night. I can do
I
that,
know,
I can
but
do
just
it.
let you take a little break for your hair, and then you gotta jump into the things. Go
Well,
ahead.
well,
Let her go
Where
first.
you wanna go? I'll give you the
There's
choice.
not much out of it.
Okay, whatever you guys want. It's fine. I don't have much. Nothing really has changed, from last year, other than I lost my registrar. So the staff has been wonderful. They are working very, very hard.
What
and-
page you at?
27. right?
They are working very, very hard. It's a lot, the workload is a lot in the office. The deaths to date, we've done 200 so far in just since January, and the births 125. 2024, the births, we had 2,169, and the deaths, we had 7,618. So our registrar at the time when we had her, she was wonderful. She took a different position. And so as of February 10th, she has been gone.
Now,
So,
how do you advertise that now?
so that's the problem. So the notice of vacancy, we ended up posting that, and its starting salary is $37,600. And, you know, the range is 37 to 41,000. And it has been posted since day one, and we have not gotten one bite.
Do you go through HR on that, or do they send it out, or how's that work?
So, yeah, it goes through HR Civil Service. Civil Service posts the position. But like I said, the state had, right now, they had appointed me as the registrar, so I'm doing that all day long. So I'm away from my desk. Drew has taken over all the emails. I've been doing that, and I'm doing it on the weekends also. So it's a lot of work. I don't get to sit actively as the clerk because I'm sitting and doing that all day. And I'm willing to do the job, but again, my girls are, to me, underpaid. If it wasn't for them, the job really wouldn't be getting done because they are caring for the staff, you know, the people up front who come in, need the applications, all the funeral directors. So I did ask for more money. I know salary is an issue throughout all the departments, but I did ask for a salary bump for my girls and also my deputy and myself. I did submit that. I know times are tough, but I don't want to lose the two girls that I have. You know, they know the job, but through the state, they're not able to actually put their hands on the birth or the death. They could just actually, they can't print them. They could just give them to the funeral directors or the people. So someone has to be at that desk full time. I mean, at this point, we're kind of drowning without a deputy registrar or a registrar.
Good.
So I'm gonna need help in that area. I would like to speak maybe to the union rep to see if they could actually change the grade on this, because for me not to have any bites on this, $37,000, nobody's really gonna apply for $37,000. It takes 2 years to train someone. So, like I said, my previous registrar, she was absolutely wonderful. It took 2 years to train her, and then she found a job elsewhere paying more, which I understand. But I don't want to post this and have someone apply, hire someone, and then within a year of our time training them, they apply somewhere else and get paid more and they leave us. So this either needs to, the grade either needs to be changed or maybe possibly pull it out of the union altogether. So then I could post a salary amount that, you know, actually fits the position. Because this is a weekend job also. So.
Thank you. Katie, you got it.
Actually, just out of curiosity, the one question was, the repairs line I saw that was a request for 9,000. What was that going to be for?
So right now, we are having the electric company come in and put poles in the front because we have wires going across the floors. So they were gonna put poles and electricity up front. And I believe also the back room in our caucus, we had to build a room for vital records to hold all the birth and death books. And they're very hard, they're very heavy, they're huge to carry and to lay on the copier. So they are building the locked room, shelves, you know, they did all that, and now they're gonna be putting in the electricity and all the data that we need with another printer and a camera so we can actually take pictures, so it's easier for the girls because they just can't carry the books anymore.
That'd be great. Well, thank you.
I have nothing, but I just want to thank you for the last few years. You've been great to me, Drew, your whole office, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no questions, just to piggyback on what Bob had mentioned, everything your office does for the city on top of everything you do for the council, our request as well, handling them like that. You know, I got a call from a resident earlier today regarding maps for council districts and scenic and historic. I gave Melissa a call a couple hours ago. I got here and it was waiting here, so that's just an example, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. It would be helpful to meet you the first year. I don't know. I needed to ask you a lot of questions and go over there. Thanks, Al.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You did a great job this past year. Anytime I called you, you did a great job, so thank you.
Say the same thing. Thank you. I don't have anything. Thanks for everything.
I've got nothing else, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for everything you do.
Yes.
Yeah, guys,
And your crew.
Melissa,
Yep.
if we don't fill that position, could we take that money and kind of divide it amongst yourself, Drew, and the two girls, and, you know, since you're doing extra work?
Yes,
You know,
So that
where you have a bigger pay grade, you're not gonna lose those two ladies.
Right, so it is a union position. I did reach out to Charlie Brown today because I'm a little confused because it is a mayor's appointment for 4 years, but it's also a CSCA. So if I could get that out of the union,
Okay.
there is 43,000 in the salary
So maybe we
line.
can do that.
So, I mean,
Okay.
if that's possible, that's, you know, up to you. Okay?
It's something we'll look into. All right, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Legal?
Sure.
Okay.
All set?
Page.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 28. Afternoon all.
Just
Bill-
give us a little, you know, like I'm doing, give us a little synopsis of what's
Sure.
going on and some of the things you think you're gonna run into this year. And
Sure.
some of your victories and some of your losses, I guess.
Okay, so, again, Bill Boral, Corporation Counsel's Office. Today, with me is Mark Chico, he knows all of our codes matters, plus other things, Zach Orr, our first assistant. Everyone knows Stephanie from being down here all the time. I asked them to join me, in case any specific questions in regard to any of what they do. Number two is we left today for everyone, and I know it was a lot of material probably for you, just what everyone kind of what their job duties are, okay? What their roles are, what they handle, as well as what they've handled in like the last couple, 2 or 3 weeks. Like Melissa said, the issue we have, or the big 3 things for us that went up, are judgments and claims, we put more in for that. Contracted services, we put more in for that. And of course, our salary line. So I want to talk about salary line first. I know I'm a broken record, and I know you do hear me here, okay? But I'm always advocating we need to get more money for the attorneys, okay? And we appreciate when you do give us more money, but the issues we have are not unlike Melissa, okay? The issue is that attorneys right now are getting paid substantially more than what we're paying our attorneys here. For example, and this is just in the last 7 to 10 days of the solicitations that we get in our office to hire attorneys out of our office. All right, one was for legal services. They're offering a 32-hour work week for attorneys, anywhere between $80,000 to $110,000 to start. Okay, we're looking at the state of New York, associate attorneys with 2 years experience, $107,000. We're looking at the same thing, the state of New York, 5 years experience, $119,000. Appellate division, $107,000, 2 years experience. All right, if you're working for 7, 8 years, you're over $120,000. All right, the DA's office, the county attorney's office, everyone is paying more. They're offering part-time because they can't find full-time work. They can't find full-time attorneys, so that's the other problem. All right, and the salary ranges for some of the county attorneys, $165,000. All right, $128,000, $129,000, all right, $156,000. So the numbers are there, all right? And this is what we're trying to do, is maintain what we do in our department, okay, at the level that we do it with, all right, with the same number of people that we have, okay? We have 9 full-time people here, which is 6 part-time, 3 full-time, and 1 secretary. When I started here over 30 years ago, we had 3 secretaries. Okay. We just lost Marina Smajak, all right, Zach's lovely wife, all right. She was in the assessor's office. She worked out of our office. We lost her. She left here making $78,000. She went over to legal aid. Is now making $108,000. So it's happening, and we're trying to make sure that doesn't happen. And when it does happen and we lose people, the issue we have is we have to pay outside counsel. That's why my outside counsel numbers are going up, okay, because we have conflict cases. We have cases we can't handle. We got to farm them out. Remember, years ago, we paid over $214,000, all right, on 1 case to 3 outside counsel members to handle. One of the attorney's bills was over $164,000, and it didn't even go to trial. All right. Right now, as you can tell from what I put down, we're about $90,000 into this year for outside counsel. All right. We're going to expect more. So these are some of the challenges that we're having in our office, all right? And I know you're going to read and look through those items that we gave you, those documents, but one of the things I didn't realize myself, okay, and that's probably me for not getting the message out, was Sarah Hughes, who does all of our FOIL requests. We don't even think about that, right, because she doesn't say a word about it. One of those FOIL requests is going to take her full-time, she put in her notes, a month to a month and a half to complete full-time. 1 FOIL request. Okay? And if you look at the numbers right now, we have open FOILs, 93 open FOILs, all right? It's that constant in our office that's the issue. In the day-to-day meetings that we have, the day-to-day issues that we have with departments, all right, with discipline, with trying to figure out contracts, all right, trying to review contracts. We do it all in our office, which I think you pretty much all know. All right, as far as wins and losses, I mean, we settle cases when we have to. We try cases and win. I'll let Zach speak to that. He's tried a couple cases this year. Zach, go ahead.
Well, sure. To follow up on what Bill said, and I can speak to really the judgments and claims and the contracted services. Part of the contracted services is expert witness fees, which are substantial. They move with the litigation. So post-COVID, and this happened both private sector and public sector, insurance companies, I'm sure you've all seen your auto insurance policies go up. Claims went up significantly post-COVID because there was just more activity in general. That happened at the city as well. So we went from a period of historically low claims to a period of historically high claims. So with that, with the increased number of, and I'm saying claims, I'm saying active lawsuits, not necessarily notice of claims, we run into the cost of doing business, which is expert witnesses. So for example, with the police cases, defending the Utica police officers, they are professionals. And when you're litigating that case, you're not litigating it like a personal injury case where it's someone slips and falls. The facts are more or less pretty straightforward. When you're defending professionals like that, you need to retain expert witnesses who are also professionals that can explain why the police officer did what they had to do. So by way of example, I have a very, I don't want to say simple case because because it's actually a complex case, but I would say it's a relatively medium to small case. But it's a V&T stop with a non-compliant passenger that ends up in a taser deployment. I've spent $18,000 in experts on that case. So, and that, like I said, that's not an officer involved shooting. That's not something where we're getting into medical and doctor testimony. So that's a big reason for the increase in contract services as well.
And the other two I want to remark on is that all the department heads, the mayor, all right, chief of staff, they all have our phone numbers, all right? So, like everyone else sitting at this table, all right? You get the calls at night, you get the calls on the weekend, you get the calls early in the morning at 7 o'clock, all right? You get the texting at 7 o'clock, 6:30, and at night. So, and the emails are just endless, as everyone can attest to. And I know that's everyone's job. I get that, I truly do, all right? But it's not an 8:30 to 4:30 job, all right? It never has been, it never will be, and I just want to make sure that we maintain what we have and pay the correct salaries. For years, the office has always been, the salaries have been historically low, okay? And the days of the Charlie Browns, the days of the John Aurelios who worked and did great work, all right, didn't get paid what they should have, they made up for it in their minds, and I know what happened because the pension system was so lucrative. Not anymore, all right? It's a tier 6, all right? New people coming in are tier 6, and that's one of the things we hear, all right? We've tried to hire lawyers before full-time, can't get them, all right? So this is where we stand at right now. Mark, you want to add anything? Stephanie?
I mean, just to echo what Bill said, it really is, I'm a part-time employee, and, you know, I'm, I guess, required for 20 hours, but it's way more than 20 hours. And much like, you know, the council members, when people know that you're with the corporation counsel's office, they come right to you. And I'm sure just like your constituents do with every problem. I know just the other day, Mark and I had people texting us about a pothole where they ran a car over, or a car ran over, they had $400 in damage, or when a snowplow damages a car. And, you know, they're coming to me and saying, all right, I'm submitting a notice of claim, I'm gonna give it to you. You have to give it to the office. But it's still a conversation that you have to have. It's still, now it's, I do that notice, so now I have to bring it to the office. You know, as Bill said, I handle all the codes cases in city court, and we do trials all the time. And, you know, I'm thankful to say that we've been successful, and but I haven't lost one yet. But it's, for what I do, I think it's important because the codes issues are, that's what people see in the city. You know, the broken window rule. If you let a broken window slide, and then the next thing it's a porch falling down. And, you know, somebody asked me the other day on a podcast about it, and, you know, I think our codes office does do a great job at dealing with the greater population and in resolving some issues without bringing them to me in court. But, you know, when they get there, we have to do something, and a lot of times people scoff at the law, and, you know, those are the ones who take the trial, and those are the ones who, you know, we want to hold people accountable while still working with people who, you know, sometimes do need a helping hand.
Steph, want to add anything?
The only thing I would add is I know Bill said, you know, obviously the amount of hours and stuff that we do, a lot of stuff that we do, a lot of people don't see, but we are working. You know, Bill said, you know, I take calls on the weekends, I answer emails on the weekends, I do work on the weekends. You know, I'm here, you know, working on legislations, I'm at council meetings. But, you know, the other thing to consider is, you know, we have a lot of attorneys in the office that, you know, Bill mentioned, you know, Sarah with foils, it could take her 1 month. That's with a lot of our stuff. You know, Zach works on briefs. He might spend a whole week working on one brief or a motion to dismiss. I have cases where I spend 1 day or a couple hours working on one motion. So, you know, we have a lot of things to do, and it takes us a while to do a lot of the things that we, you know, have to do. Trial prep is not easy. You know, the part-time attorneys do private practice. You can spend 2 weeks a month doing trial prep. And the attorneys here sometimes have to do it in a shorter period of time because they're doing 100 other things. So there's a lot of things that we do, and we have a good team.
So when Marima left, all right, we took back in our office all the tax certiorari's, tax foreclosures, Irish Cultural Center case. So those are all things that we brought back in the office because we have to. We're not gonna hire another part-timer, all right, to deal with that issue. All right, so we're just taking it on ourselves and we're doing the work ourselves. So, I mean, we're down at least, I think, 2 secretaries. We have 1 secretary spot that's been there that's not filled budget-wise. And you know, we're not gonna fill Marima's position. So, you know, we're at the point where I just wanna keep and maintain what we have, get the salaries up where they should be, so we're commensurate with what we're getting every day, trying to pick off the lawyers, for lack of a better word.
You know, and to echo on something Bill said earlier, and I'll give, I guess, a personal example. Another local municipality approached me about moving to their corporation counsel's office for significantly more money. I did turn them down. I mean, I'm a Utica guy. I love working here. I love what I do. I love, you know, being in Utica City Court. But, you know, I'd be lying if I didn't say that the money was tempting. But I do love working here. But it's a real thing. People are coming after us, asking us, making propositions. But, you know.
Anyway.
Well, we appreciate everything you guys do, Bill. Katie?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, do you have a copy of those documents? I don't think our table got them.
They're
in your
mailbox.
Mailbox, that's why we don't,
Okay,
we're never.
I got extra.
I can go get those. Yeah, if you wanna start. Jack, if you don't, or, you wanna start on the other side of the room, Jack? Jack, we can start on your side of the room and work that way so we can go through some of the documents before the questions.
Any questions? Joe?
Yeah.
Here, I'm just-
So, Bill, this is very nice touch here. You must have took that from the big guy up in Washington, I guess. So that's very nice. It shows what everybody's doing. I think that's good. But just a couple questions. So you have nine attorneys, correct?
3 full-time, 6
Three
part.
full-time. Okay. The part-time attorneys, do they receive health benefits?
They do.
They do. They receive health benefits. And your full-time attorneys, are you guys able to practice outside of work too? You have, obviously, I know the part-timers have.
Right. As long as it doesn't conflict with the city of Utica. Does anyone else see that?
Bill, I'll take one.
Yeah. As long as it doesn't conflict with the city of Utica, they have to do it on their own time, after hours, or if they have a trial or something going on, they have to take vacation day, personal time, things like that, which they've done.
Okay. So that's all I have.
Dennis?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Joe? I know what you do. Really? I figured you'd be asking a million questions.
That's all the information.
All right. Bob?
No, I don't have anything. I just want to thank you.
Katie, did you get your question ready?
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I don't have any. I get to meet with you guys weekly at E&A, so thank you for all your work, and you do great work, so I appreciate it. Any questions?
Thank you.
I think we're waiting for Samantha, since she had a developer, so give it a minute.
Art, do you have any questions?
I think Jake's too busy hunting, though. Every time I see him, he shot something or catches something. He's making me awful jealous. What'd you get left? I said you were a big fish the other day.
I hope they do a sailfish down there. I did.
What?
Couldn't get, I couldn't get tight.
Yeah, I was just wondering how
Jumped
that's going.
twice.
When we started.
It was like a head rope, so it was normally the captain hit
I was
the
wondering
throttle.
how it was going.
There's like 30 other people fishing on the boat, so you can't do that. So I was out there jumping, just could not get the line quick enough. No, I couldn't get the line in tight. Russian line in the line tight. I had a little. Yeah, it spin because they're so fun. 60 miles an hour.
Are we still, when it comes to ATVs, are we still taking those from people and going,
Yes.
can you explain that process?
I handle that as well too. I didn't put that on the list. So, because of the way that the city code is written, that you cannot operate an ATV on basically anywhere other than your own private land. So what what the police officers are doing are they're issuing tickets for the Utica City Code and any vehicle in traffic, and then they're having the ATV towed. Once it's towed, the police officer gives the person who is riding it a letter explaining the policies and procedures, and then our office sends them a letter, and we set an administrative hearing with the Commissioner of Public Safety, Melissa, and Gene Allen. And then they go through a hearing process, and they set a fine to retrieve the ATV.
Do you know how
And that-
many, oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm saying, and that's in addition to any Utica City Court proceedings that are held.
Do you know how many we have in our possession right now?
In our possession?
Yeah.
I believe we only have on the books 4 or 5, because there have been some that have been reclaimed. We do keep them for 6 months. If they're not claimed, we destroy them.
Wow.
Yeah, because when we confiscate them like that, a lot of times they don't come with a clean chain of title, so they can't be sold at auction or anything, so they just get scrapped.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, just looking through, it looks like Zach is admitted to practice in federal court. Just an idea, how many of the attorneys are also admitted to the Northern District or another district court?
I know I am.
I am, but I haven't been there in a while.
Okay, no, it's just interesting, just wondering, all right.
Yeah. I think I am.
Yeah, I think you're
Yeah,
current.
yeah.
I don't know. Could be. You should be. Yeah.
So I don't like to go there.
Yeah,
I
a
don't
lot of
understand
attorneys
the
don't like
rules.
to go there. Yeah. It's,
Yeah, I'm admitted to the Northern, Western, and the Supreme Court.
I think we're, Jack, are we all set then?
I'm just waiting for Sam, she,
We got a lot of.
I guess we're good, guys.
all right.
Good? Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone.
Go home,
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back. About your,
I've been walking.
I guess we're gonna do the usual. I'll do the usual.
We're quick though. Come on, the assessor's quick.
Kenny, do you mind if you go? I mean,
Someone stole my glasses. What page is that?
It's not a.
No.
How are you?
Assessment 25.
Yeah, all right.
Welcome.
Page 25 for assessors.
All right. It's Rich, right?
Yes.
Hey, Rich. Thank you for coming today. Maybe you could just give us a quick rundown of what the assessor's office is doing and some of the issues that you're having and some of the things that you're looking to do. Or some idea you have.
Well, we're finally up to
25.
page 25.
You got your sheet in front of you at all? Or?
Yeah, I've got my sheet.
Good.
We're finally up to full capacity of, I've got 4 people. I have a full-time data collector now, a data analyst who works with the data collector and mapping and that. We have a receptionist who then handles most of the counter work, and an office manager who oversees them and also does much of the counter work and lots of the exemption things. We're in the process right now. Saturday's the last day for exemptions. We have over 3,000 exemptions coming in from January 1st to March 1st.
What type of?
We have disability. We have, pardon? Yeah, the partial seniors tax exemption coming in. That's another one. All of the not-for-profits have to send in theirs also. And then any new exemptions, military, enhanced star, any of those new exemptions now come through also, and all have to be in by March 1st. So that the line's been out into the hall couple times this week. All of us have been at the desk handling it. We're looking this year to, with the full-time data collector and the data analyst, to get out in the field and start updating records on all properties. It hasn't really been done in a lot of years. We've just gone out systematically and just gone through neighborhoods and looked at the properties and looked at the pictures we have and the cards, and is everything still the same as what they were? Is it still wood siding? Is it now aluminum siding? What is the vinyl siding? That kind of thing, and going through the neighborhoods, updating the photos. The photo of my house, there's 2 trees that haven't been there for 20-some years. So updating all the photos on them. We have a tablet that you can take the photos on, and it automatically updates the database. So that's a big step up from what the old days where we took a camera out and you had to come back in and plug it in and try to match everything up. Now we just pull up the property and take the picture, and it's loaded. Right. So so this year, a lot of it, because everybody's new, there's a lot of training going on, getting them up to date on all the exemptions. Everybody in the office has to know about the exemptions, because everyone is being asked and have to know how to handle exemptions. So that's that. The big thing everyone keeps talking about is a reval for the city. 22,000 parcels are going to be between $75 and $125 a parcel. So it's not a cheap, and I don't see any place where we're going to get any funding to help us do something like that. Our equalization rate was 41% last year. The issue with if everyone knows what an equalization rate is, basically what that equalization rate says, your assessed value versus your market value. A property got sold, the property is assessed at $100,000 and it's sold at $180,000, therefore the equalization rate is 40%. And the reason why there's an equalization rate is because
40% of what?
Of the market value.
Of the market. So if it's 150,000, 40% of the 150. If it's sold at 150.
Yeah.
We should get 100% ideally, right?
Pardon?
100% is the goal.
Well, yes, we would like to be at market value at 100%, because one of the things that happens is when our tax bills go out, the state of New York makes us put on the tax bill your market value. And everybody gets confused thinking that's their assessed value. You raise my assessment. No, I didn't touch your assessment. Your assessment's right there. That's what you're taxed on. Market value is just telling you what, through this peanut butter approach, what your market value could be. It's not actually most times it's not a good representation. One of the reasons on most homes is because from my analysis, and this is something that you'd have to consider in the reval. My analysis says that our equalization rate for residences is about 30%. For businesses, it's around 50%. So if we do a reval, it would move more of the tax burden onto the residences than on the businesses. It's simple math. So that would be one of the issues in doing a reval and having to face that.
The most important part is that there's not a moneymaker for the city when you do a reval.
No,
It's just
the
that
budget,
everybody equals out and where
the
they're supposed to
budget
be
is the
equals.
budget, right? I don't raise any more money for the city than what you put into the budget. There's nothing, all it does is decides who pays.
So Jack could pay less at one point in time, when you do the reval, I could pay more at one time. Whereas at this time, I could pay more, you could pay less.
Yeah.
Which is very frustrating
Right.
for residents, especially since it's been
Yeah.
for so long.
Well, we would give you anything you want if you could figure out how we could get some money out of the nonprofits. It's a big issue with us. 30% of the properties in the city are listed.
Well, one of the things you have to realize is that most of the nonprofits are over assessed.
In what sense?
You're not gonna get that amount of money, you're not gonna get, $10 million for a church.
Right.
You're not gonna get, 50 million for, CDs.
No, we just want a couple of bucks out of them.
Yeah, I know, but the assessment on them.
It kills our revenue generation because we have so many
I understand.
properties out there that aren't paying
Yeah,
tax.
and the problem is that by New York State real property tax law, they're entitled to their not-for-profit. I mean, any new stuff that comes through, we scrub it as tight as possible, but,
Sure you do.
there's nothing that.
It's a real issue for this city.
Yeah, it's not just for this city.
Oh, I'm sure.
All cities have the same issue. I did Oneonta, and Oneonta had something like 46% of the assessed value was in not-for-profits. Yeah.
And that's where people selling their buildings and selling them to not-for-profits. I mean, that's where we have to market our buildings and become marketable.
Right.
And
Well,
luckily, we've stated that standpoint at that 30%. About
yeah.
All
So,
right.
I don't know.
We're
I don't
gonna-
know how to go about getting money out of not-for-profits. If I could figure that one out, I wouldn't be sitting here.
Probably a
I'd-
couple guys
I'd have
squeezing
it.
maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, let's start.
Yeah, so the last time we did the reval was 1998. Is there any worry the state's going to be making us soon, or
No.
what is it? Okay.
There's
97?
It was like 93.
Okay.
We're pretty far on our rebuild.
Yeah, and then my other question was with ImageMate. Is that software in your budget?
Yes.
How are there different tiers to that program, or is it just one that we're subscribed to?
Just one that we're subscribed to.
Okay, but are there other? I guess.
The thing is about ImageMate.
It takes a long time to update. Is that our end, or we just wait on the company?
The company is always in upheaval. They've been resold again.
Oh, okay.
So, we were delivering CDs to them, and there was nobody there to give them to. And then they would try to load them, and they couldn't unzip a file. Okay. So, and they don't call us and say they can't do it. They just.
Right.
Most of the information that's going to be on ImageMate could be available. We could put it up.
It's from the state, right?
No, it's
Well,
from me.
Well, yeah, it's from you, but.
Yeah, we could basically put all of that information up on the Utica website
Mhm.
and probably get rid of
Post ourselves.
ImageMate.
Cool.
If we get a decent programmer to come in and,
Replicate it.
yeah.
That was all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but you're not gonna get that decent programmer for
No.
$4,000 or $5,000.
They service a lot of people, so.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you for coming. I want to share a story. Last week, I had a young lady call me, and she had another complaint, but we got to talking about your office, and it was the first time she went down to apply for the enhanced start, and she couldn't marvel enough about how your staff made it so easy for her to get this process done, and I want to thank you for that.
Yes,
You know, thank you.
They take a lot of pride. Tina, the office manager, she comes out of the food service industry, waitressing and all of that for a lot of years, and she is just,
She knows how to market people, let's just put it like that.
yeah, yeah,
Thank you.
glad to hear it.
No, I don't have any questions, just a comment. There's certainly a lot to consider based on some of the things you talked about with the wholly exempt properties and whatnot. So it's a conversation I think we should keep open and keep exploring, but I appreciate the insight. Thanks.
There's a lot of empty buildings like Blessed Sacrament, the old Blessed Sacrament. What's being done with them? Are they for sale or?
As we find buildings that are not being used for the purpose that they've signed up for, we can go to them and I mean, you know, we're putting St. Eve's on the tax roll this year. So anything that's not being used for what they've been, you know, what they're being used, supposed to be used for, we can go back to them and start looking at putting them on the tax roll.
I just have had a lot of calls, people wondering what's gonna go in there. I don't think there's any plans for anything.
We own it right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We own
We
it.
can't sell it because of the urban renewal, what's going on through the state there now.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Vince?
Just a quick question. Do we still have a lot of people taking advantage of the veterans discount or exemption with their properties
Yes.
in the city? Yeah.
Yes, we have a lot of.
And what is that,
And
10%?
when people come to our office and talk to us,
Mm.
we always ask, are you a veteran? Just to find, you know, to make sure that, you know, we get all the veterans and the exemptions that we can, so,
All right, thank you.
sure.
Thanks a lot for coming. I just got, so if your house, it was assessed back in the day like at 74,000, and you sell the house at 250, so is that basically like a new assessment? The person who has it now, is that their new assessment? How does that work?
The only thing that happens, sometimes when a sale happens and I see that it's really off from where the old assessment is, we'll look at it and we'll notice that it's no longer wood-sided, it's all vinyl. So all these changes have been made and never been documented or picked up.
Right.
So we may go and make some changes to it based upon this property is not the same property that we have on the records. You know, it could be saying it was in poor condition, it was this, and this, and now it's been updated completely. It's no longer in poor condition, but it's, so.
And that does, because I think I've talked to you a couple of times in your office where people bought a house and then next thing you know, they were ready to close and their assessment went up, and you did explain that to me. So, but when that happens, after you look at that, their new tax rate, they're not gonna be taxed at 74,000 anymore, they'd be taxed at
They'll
whatever.
be taxed at, well, at the 40, or actually I put them in at 30% of what their market value would be, because
Okay.
I know that it's only at 30%. So I typically, when something like that comes, I'll put them in at 30.
And then one last thing too that I wanna piggyback on what Councilman Vitar talked about. So we've been talking about this curb tax, and the way it's been explained to me is that in order to do this, like for anything on the nonprofits, that every person would have to get taxed because it's taxed, but then the residents would get a credit back. Is there truth to that, or you don't, is that?
That's something I've never looked into. I would rather you went through legal
Okay.
to get that explained than through a layman.
Okay. All right, thank you, that's all I have.
Okay.
Mark?
I don't have
Sammy?
Rich, the only thing that I would say to that is that what the city did in the past is they went more towards a public safety fee, towards nonprofits. And that was an agreement that came up, so you didn't have to go through that legal process, through that. The only other thing that I would kind of question is the fact that we have building permits pulled for homes when work is done. And can you just explain your relationship when it goes through codes, when they have to pull a building permit, how that relates back to the upscale of the home and things like that to your department?
All building permits come to us.
So you get to see it, so you know if there's and that's kind of how we've been able to keep up and keep track of the homes that have had those. I mean, not that everybody does it, and I know.
I'm going to tell you maybe 10% of the residences
Nobody's gonna say it's gonna say.
that will actually pull a building permit.
Oh, 100%.
Because the doors are closed.
Right. And,
You know, and no one's going to go in and check.
And the
So
majority of the time when the sales come, where the homes are much higher value than they were when they originally sold, that's another way to keep track.
Yeah.
It is important to do a revale. I mean, it's been a long time.
It's more, yes.
And it's, like I said, some people are gonna be happy, some people are gonna be sad, it's not a moneymaker, but this is one of the things that we talked about during ARPA funding, where we could utilize that to put towards that, and that's a shame that we didn't get a chance to utilize that.
Yeah.
With that money.
So excuse me one second, when you say it's not a moneymaker, if the next
So
time
say,
your
for
taxes
example,
went
you've
up,
got-
it would be
Let's say, for
more.
example, you've got 9 people at this table. Katie's house is assessed at 100.
Oh, you're gonna
Richard's
say it
house
balances out.
Is at 100. Say Bob's only paying 30, Katie's paying 20, and then the rest of us are paying the same amount in that area. What ends up happening is that you divide that money equally, so that everybody's paying the same amount in that area of their home.
Right, but when you
But
say,
also my assessment could go down, because say some of the houses around the area aren't
No,
there,
your
but my
assessment.
house is
No,
increased.
well,
Wait.
I'm gonna stop you.
All
Your
right.
assessment won't go down.
Well, my assessment won't go down, yes, but
So
the
I would
amount
say
of money
everybody's
that
gonna
I
go up.
pay, what's that?
I would say if it hasn't been done that so long, no matter where you are, your assessment's gonna go up.
Because you want everybody to know where their homes are and where their assessment
But
is.
the
You're
tax
not
levy-
basing
the
it on
tax
an
levy
equalization
stays the same.
rate.
No, your dollars per thousand, your tax levy will go from $30 a thousand down to $15 or $10 a thousand. As the all you do is you take your taxable value and divide it into the budget to get your dollars per thousand. So now all you're gonna do is change it, you got a bigger number, and now when you divide it into it, you're gonna get a lower tax rate. But you're still gonna generate your budget. All ever gets out of a revale is your budget. That's all you get. You do not generate one dime for the city.
It just divides.
So when you
All you
talked
do is
about-
make it equal. You get fairness in the system. That's all you're doing, is getting
Right.
fairness in the system.
I'm sorry, can I just ask one question I forgot to ask? So when you talked about businesses being taxed at 50%.
I'm not saying they're being taxed at 50%.
Or assessed.
No, I'm not saying they're being assessed. I'm saying if you look at the sales of businesses versus the sales of houses, the businesses have not increased their market rate at the same pace as houses have.
Okay.
So houses have gone, houses, if you have a house that's worth $30,000 right now, assessed at $30,000, it should be up at 90. But if you have a business at 30, it should only be 60 on the market.
Okay.
Okay, that's what it's saying, is the numbers keep showing that businesses are not inflated like houses are.
And that's the same thing for rental properties too, it would be the same way, right? Like,
Well, 220s and 230s, those are 2 families and 3 families. They are more in like a residence. The 411s, the multifamilies, 4+ apartments, they're not quite like a business. They're kind of in between the two of them, so maybe they're closer to the 40 to 45% because of what's going on with rents.
thank you.
It's a little more complicated than what we're trying to explain, so
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to base it on the fact that it is important to have a revale.
Yeah. No, yeah, I did revales all over New York State for
I remember the last
12
time you
years.
came here, you talked about that when you first started.
Yeah, yeah,
We
so.
tried to push it and hopefully, Galini does it in the next couple of years, but it's very expensive and it is what it is, and the budget rate for it now doesn't
Yeah.
look possible, but it needs to happen eventually, even if we have to borrow for it. down the line.
Well,
That's
it could be done at the county level, but every time it's been done at the county level, any place across the state, it's been an utter failure.
Yeah, well, it needs to be in the city. A little over $1 million, probably now.
1.6 to 2.8.
All right, Rich.
Thank you, Rich.
Good man.
Well, actually, I have a,
Okay, Rich, we got one more
I
question.
got you mentioned something interesting. So when you're talking about that 30%, 50%, we're talking about equalization rates. Is that right? You say 30% for residential, 50% for businesses. Just breaking down the residential side even more, what do we see the equalization rates at for single family versus did you say 211s to refer to the multifamily or 311s? How do the equalization rates differ within residential?
The 2 and 3 families are, because of the rent, they are doing well, but they're probably doing like around, what I just was saying, they're probably in like the 40% range. They're not at the 30 where a single family is, but, and they're not at the 50 where, you know, a normal, you know, business is, or, you know, a Walmart or something.
So
like
if we're
that.
talking about a re-eval, would it be fair to say that single-family homes would get hit the hardest?
Yes.
Because their equalization rate's not only
Yes.
lower than businesses, but it's lower than businesses and multifamily?
Yes.
Okay,
Why do
that's
you
fair.
think it's never been done? Well, it should have been done in Paul Mary's last words, because he was.
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I think you made a good point too, going back to the exempt properties. I think there's a key difference maybe between taxes and fees, because that's been
There
done.
could be, and that's what I told you that before.
Yeah, I mean, that's been
Like,
done
you really
where-
don't want to double tax people
Yeah.
based on a curb fee, right? But if you can negotiate with the non-for-profits to maybe pay a public safety fee, that's the route we should take.
Well, it's
But
interesting,
They have
too.
to agree to that negotiation. Like, and we did that with Utica College before, and things like that. Like, I mean, the hospital was in New Hartford. They used to pay a certain fee, and they actually got a lower rate based on their insurances because we had an ISO 1 rating and they didn't. So, I mean, there was a balance between us and where it met.
Yeah, and the judge isn't here now, but it's interesting because, I mean, you're talking about, I mean, I think governments have done that in the past where when something's called a tax, you get dinged for it, but if it's referred to as a fee, it's treated differently.
Well,
So you're not.
You look at Masonic Home, you look at Utica College. I mean, you're based all the frontage if you were doing a curb fee on them. Like, they would have to pay more than somebody like us where we already pay property taxes, but that's a lot for a place the size of them to try and make up that cost.
That's just
on
an
an
interesting,
actual curb
interesting
fee.
perspective at it, a fee versus tax. So that might be.
That's something that,
Yeah.
again, we don't have the power to negotiate, but that's something that they.
All right, Rich, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
All right, and I'm always available. You can
I'm
drop
coming
in.
to see you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Youth Bureau,
Yes,
you're up to bat.
fire away.
Just give us a little briefing on, how things are going. What-
80, well, don't forget, I got Youth Bureau, Rec Center, and softball.
Tell you, just start on one, just give us that page and just move on.
87, which is youth.
87?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and just as you go to the next thing, just tell us what page. They're probably in order here anyway.
So, obviously, we do all the part-time hiring for our summer recreation program. Dick Miller basketball, do the hiring for all that. We have a ton of programs. We just implemented the after-school program.
Jeff,
just
what
some
page
of-
are you on?
87.
Oh, 87, okay.
That's the
So you're
youth,
starting with the Berlin.
youth bureau, the youth budget, yeah.
We're on,
We got the Berlin and 12,000.
yeah, we're on 88.
Oh, mine says 87.
That's all right, they might have just added an extra page. That makes
Okay,
sense. So we're on
so
88.
youth, yeah, it says youth at top?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, basically, you got any questions? I mean, we've increased numbers from last year to this year by 16,000, just with the after-school program alone.
Are those all grades or just?
What's that?
Are they all grades?
So we take 6 through 12. We don't take middle, or, what's it called, elementary school kids, because we're not suited to take care of them. 6 through 12, 12 to basically 19. It's been very successful, and this year, the Wattis grant did cover 75% of their salaries. We got a grant from them this year to do that. Now, obviously, that grant only lasts 1 year, so to keep it, we had to factor it into the budget for this year, which I did, and I did some moving around with some numbers to try to fit them in, and we did. But we also did get for this year is we got the $25,000 SWIMS grant, which is reimbursable at the end of the year. So that's gonna offset this number that you see this year. So we're getting $25,000 back for that. And that was to increase the salaries of lifeguards and the pool staff to retain them. And we were able to give them a raise for this year. And our rates, or our what they were making was well below Rome, all of Syracuse. We were like $2 to $3 cheaper per hour. And right now, we're a little more competitive. We're still $1.50 less than Yanendas's, and they don't hire as many. So, yeah, if you have any questions on that.
Chet, remember we did the whole state rate and when they came in, like with the lifeguards and stuff like that, can you explain the transition between the dollars amount that they made?
So.
Like, because that was a big contentious thing and how much we were paying people, I remember that, like, I don't remember how long ago it was, but that was
So
an issue.
it was $12 an hour 7 years ago. They were making $12 an hour. If we look back, I mean, I could be wrong at the timing. It may have been 13, but it was very hard. And the year before COVID, we were well under the amount of lifeguards we needed because I couldn't retain them. I mean, we were paying them $13 an hour, and they can go to the Onondagas and they were making like $18.50 that same year, or maybe not that much more. It was probably so $16.50 I think they were making that year at the Onondagas. So I mean, I couldn't staff all 3 pools at one time. It was too hard. And then gradually we started raising it over the years. And then actually when Mayor Galimi was the council president, he helped me bump the rates. So my first year as acting director is when we kind of really delved into it to get the hourly rate up.
Who does your grant writing?
So we don't have a grant writer. I do it all myself. I did all the grant writing for the Wattis grant and the Swings grant. And then if I need help, I'll call Urban and Economic Renewal, or obviously the mayor's office, chief of staff. But the Wattis grants, we got 3 total Wattis grants this year. The Swims grant, and we got 3 small grants. We got a $2,500 grant from Community Foundation for the holiday give back, which is jackets, hats, boots, gloves for kids. And then Upstate Sports Charities just gave us $2,000. That's coming this year too.
All right, Sam, do you have any more questions?
No, that was it.
Mark?
Wattis Foundation has been a wonderful
Yeah.
asset.
No, thanks for everything, Chet. You do a great job.
No, I don't have anything, thank you.
Yep.
I'm all set, Chet, thanks for.
All right, don't forget, I also do the Parkway Recreation Center
Yeah,
budget.
we'll go around again.
Okay.
I probably should have just done that.
No, I'm good, thank
All right.
you, Chet.
My only question, are you guys able to determine how many of those kids you help that are in like lower incomes, or this stuff? You can track all of it, or you just know it's all of them?
I mean, probably 90% of the kids that we service are at risk.
Okay.
At-risk youth is our
Forte.
main demographic.
Because I know there's a lot of grants out there for, obviously,
Yes, I
specialized for
mean,
them.
if anybody would want to help, we don't have a grant writer, and I just submitted a USTA tennis grant for resurfacing of the tennis court, and for our tennis program, that was a $5,000 grant, so.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next line, then your next page.
Yeah.
Go along, Mark, Mark's getting-
Page we at now? Mark's fine. Right now.
I mean, the rec center budget is basic. It's really everything for the rec center.
That's E90, Rob.
What page is that one?
90.
I'm one off, so
Yeah,
I got 89.
It's not a big,
That's basically everything for the rec center. And as you know, we see 5,000 people a week through those doors. And we go through a ton of supplies on a daily basis. And especially repairs to that building. Actually, I'm working very closely right now with Nick, the engineer, trying to get some things done because the building is now 26 years old. The actual rec center part, the ski chalet is older, and we're having some issues, so repairs are piling up for us at the rec center.
And can you get grants on that as well, or?
Again, I'm not a grant writer. I know there are grants out there, but that goes through obviously buildings and grounds, and I don't know what is out there to help us for that. Me and Nick have been working together trying to find stuff,
I
but.
know PG has a great grant writer.
A lot of energy drinks.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is through NYSERDA.
You're getting free money to run your roads.
We just did secure a NYSERDA grant, and I know that's being used for weatherization, and I think that's coming this year for weatherization on our building.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm all set with that. Thank you, Chet.
Good, thank you. Joe? Anybody got a question? No. Okay, go to the next one.
So that's all. Well, the softball is, I mean, there's really nothing. That's.
Good, thank you for everything you do.
The one thing I want to talk about, you guys have on the docket for 7 o'clock is the waiver for the new recreation specialist. If anybody has any questions for that, I would.
Wait till after.
You go through Venice on there?
Okay.
Yeah,
No.
he did. He called me up.
Hey, so you did the right thing.
I called most of them. So.
Yeah, he called me.
Good help.
I talk to him on a regular basis anyway.
All right, thank you very much.
Do you want me to wait for that, or?
I would stay.
Okay.
Just in case anybody has any questions.
You're on.
All right, well, I
Wait,
thank you guys
does
all
anybody-
for.
Does anybody need a 5-minute break?
Sure.
All right, we'll give you a
Been waiting
5-minute
2
break.
days, we'll wait 5 more minutes.
That's Samantha, it's on her.
And we're gonna go with our DPW. You ready, Mark?
Yep.
All right, give us a little briefing on what's going on, maybe a little on the storm and a little future.
All right, so as you guys all know, I took over February 1st. We had the most snow in February in a long time. And we're trying to please everybody. We were out there multiple hours, multiple nights, doing what we have to do. And we got all the roads that we could get without the car, with the cars not in the way. We had some troubles in certain areas. And we got 42 guys. They all worked hard, they all were there. And I'm ready for your questions.
Any issues other than that? You looking
Well,
for
we had some
equipment?
problems
or-
with the salt, as you guys all know. Salt was a shortage, and we got it when we can get. Thank God for the state to help us out. We do have a quarter of a barn now of salt to get ready to get through the rest of it.
Keep going with basketball, now it's baseball.
Sorry, Rock.
I'm sorry, Mark.
But-
I didn't hear anyone say to me.
I'm ready for questions.
All right. Katie, start.
We're gonna go to demo with Katie, I'm sure, because I heard last
Yeah, I
time.
was just curious.
36?
What demos we have done this year, or?
We didn't do any demo yet at all last year. That, I don't understand why, because I wasn't there.
Yeah.
But obviously, there was no houses to,
Oh, okay. That completely changes all my, I didn't think that was the answer. Thank you. I'll let you know if I have anything else from that.
all right.
Appreciate it.
I want to thank you for what you do for the city and what you do for my residents. And I gotta say, we gotta get the cars off the street, and that's not on us, that's on my neighbors. You know, they ticketed 234 cars last weekend for the snow, towed 16. And people call me up, I got a phone call, 4 o'clock in the morning, an irate person couldn't get out of the driveway. Of course, I didn't take the call, not at 4 o'clock in the morning, but I did follow up on it, and they did come back and fix the street after the people moved their cars. You know, there's no exceptions, handicap, special permits. You don't park on the street with a snow emergency. Just be kind to your neighbor. That's all I got to say. And again, I want to thank you for what you do for West Utica. I see a difference. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, I think I've reached out to you more in the past couple of weeks than my family, than I've reached out to my family. And, you know, you've done all the streets that I pass along when I get calls from residents. It's taken care of that same day or the next morning, so very much appreciated. And, you know, another example today, I was driving around South Utica. I got a call about Proctor Boulevard. I passed it along to Mark and the DPW, you know, and that afternoon, going by, watching the crew take care of all the snow along the banks and actually loading it up on the trucks. Could you talk about that a little bit? That was the first time I've actually seen that.
What we do is we snow remove.
Yeah.
So when we do the curb cut, we bring the guys out with our 5 or 6 trucks, and we take the snow, remove it, and we bring it to our snow farms. So we have different areas in the city where we bring them, dump it, and then in this springtime when it melts, we go back there and we take care of the litter and everything, but we just do what we need to do to clear the streets when you guys all call or the public calls.
Definitely much appreciated. And how, we mentioned salt, how are we doing at this point? Do we have more coming in? We've run in?
We have salt now.
Okay.
We didn't have salt during the storm, but we
Yeah.
have salt now, so we're good.
Okay. No, that's all I have for now. I appreciate it. Thanks again, guys.
Yep.
I want to say the same thing. I had a nurse that had to get to work, called Mark, and he got the road taken care of. And February was brutal, and they did an unbelievable job. That was just totally incredible to keep up with that.
Thank you.
That's it.
Dennis, you're up.
How you doing, Mark?
Good, Venice, how are you?
Yeah, I went to sleep and woke up to a big wall of snow in my driveway, about 5 feet. So I saw a plow truck driver coming by, and I had him remove it. So I told the plow driver when he was coming through for the city of Utica, I told him, don't come back here no more, because I'm done. And they didn't come back. The roads are pretty good. There's still a lot of snow close, tough driving, but people have been working with it. So thank you for everything that the plows have been doing. And I know it was a tough, time period with the blizzard and everything, so thank you.
I know you were glad I was away during the storm, so you didn't have to talk to me or anything, but thank you for everything. You always take care of whatever I do. We have our system, and you do a great job, so thanks for everything.
Mark, I got just a couple questions. So when you gotta do a demolition, that comes from urban economic development? I mean, they say, hey, we gotta tear this house down? And
In
after
the past, it came from engineering.
engineering. So like, I'll give you an example, the house across, that greenhouse on, where they do the concerts.
Jesse Street and Eagle, yes.
Yes, and that's, it's been boarded up, it caught fire already.
Yep.
Is there a given time, do you think?
Well, it's not, it's owned by a private person, so they still own it, they pay the taxes, so I guess there's really nothing we can do right now for that. But I agree with you, that house should come down, because we deal with the homelessness, the drugs, breaking in. We boarded it up numerous times, we cleaned up all the needles numerous times, so.
So it's an engineering, it comes from engineering to basically
We did a
say.
study, the structural report.
And at some point, I mean, I know he's paying taxes every year, but it becomes an eyesore to the city. It's just, I don't know, it's probably a legal issue more than anything, correct?
If the structural report comes back unsafe, then it goes into the legal corporation council's hands to notify them. An unsafe structure, codes gets involved as well. They really start putting the citations out, and that's where legal gets involved. And my reports really go to codes first.
So, on the snow plows, they gotta be CDL, right?
Yes.
And how many CDL people do we have?
We have,
We've got 5 that are not, so 39.
And they only
ones
can
that
drive.
do not have our grandfathered in before they were, it was permitted for them to have it.
And they only could drive for so long,
16 hours.
that's as long as they can drive.
Well, we can exceed that, but it's not safe.
Yes, it
But
becomes a
you're also
liability.
dealing with 43 workers too, and out of the 43 workers, what do we have, 30? That are plow drivers, and we have 13 routes.
Aye, aye. That's all I have, Jack.
Yep.
That's all I have.
Right.
Do we have any snowplows ordered at this time?
Yes, we have a couple that were ordered last year, and they should be in, it's funny, probably May. That's when they're coming in.
And
We got one that just came in, but it's not on the road yet.
what's that take to get it on the road?
Well, they had to go back for something with the weight, probably another week or two.
So we have one, and then we have
We
also
got
have
2 more
another one.
coming, I think, next May, not this May.
Were there issues with the ones that you had on already?
I can't hear. There's like a lot of sidebars, These guys have been here for a couple of days. Please give them respect to answer the question.
Say that again, Jack?
What type of maintenance issues did you have with your current?
It was all the older plows just being run for so many hours, overheating, brakes, the salter's not working, the conveyor belts. I mean, we have plows that are over 30 years old.
New plows, also, we have a lot of computer issues, and they're not easily repaired. It takes some time to figure out what exactly is going wrong. So we had quite a few plows go down over the 4 or 5 days, and some were down for extended periods of time.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
I got one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Mark, When you started, what year did you start?
2003.
2000, how many guys? How many?
82.
82, and you're down to 43.
Yes.
You guys are doing more with less. You gotta remember that with the budget, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Go ahead, Mark.
I got, when do you start trimming trees again? Is it in the spring?
That was Commissioner Short's job now.
Okay, and they usually do it, I mean, what time?
I would say probably April. You'd
April.
have to ask him.
I'm already getting hit up on a lot of things. Okay,
All right.
thank you.
All right, well, thank you for coming. I think we're done. Did I miss anybody? All right,
Take that with you. Good.
our meeting's over.
Talk about your waiver.
Very good, thank you. I'd like to call this meeting in order. I'm gonna skip to proposed order number 10, the waiving of the residency requirement for the position of the recreational specialist. I'd like to open that for discussion. Any discussion, any questions for?
I got one question. I mean, you had it out there for a long time to get somebody in there, and no one actually picked it up, correct?
Well, no. It was up on Indeed for 3 weeks. You obviously have to meet the qualifications.
Yes.
And no one met the qualifications. We did interview 2 people. One kid, once we actually went over it, he didn't fully qualify for it, and Storm does.
Well, that's for the community. That's why I asked,
Yeah.
because you did your due diligence. It's
Yeah.
not happening, so, okay.
Yeah, I got it all right here. These are all the people that.
No, I believe you. I just wanted, that's all.
Yeah.
And I was tough on him, for the record. We went through them together. I
Yeah.
tried to get more interviews in. Some people didn't respond, just where we're at.
Any other discussion? I'd like to close that and we'll hold it for a vote tonight.
Full council?
I don't have a problem with full council. Anybody-
I'm good.
Anybody have a problem with full council? Very good. We'll make it full council. Thank you. Thank you, Chet.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. You got it.
Now, the next one is proposed order number 1. I want to open it for discussion for calling for a public hearing for the annual estimated 25-26 budget. Any discussion? If not,
I mean, it's due the 20th of March. I think that calling it for the 20th or the 19th at our third council meeting or second council meeting of March would probably be the best option. If we need to move it up, I think that might be the
the 19th of March is our,
Second meeting.
second meeting. It's due the 20th.
any other comments?
It is what it is, you gotta do it.
Jack?
No, I'll be ready to vote on it when the time comes.
Do March 5th or?
Okay, very good. I'll
But
close
that's
that.
calling for the public hearing. So you can't do it any earlier because
we
you have to have
should.
the annual estimate in there. So it's got to be the final number when that happens.
When's the public hearing?
March 19th?
Unless we call for the public hearing at our first meeting,
The 5th?
the 5th, and then do the actual annual estimate on the 19th. That might be.
That sounds better.
Do we have
That might
enough?
be better.
That sounds better.
Okay.
So we'll call for a public hearing on March 5th, our first meeting?
Yeah,
So,
and then do the actual estimate
So
on
we'll
the.
place this in committee until then?
Well, yeah, did we mark it in, the time that we're gonna do it on the next council meeting? And then if we have to, we have until the 19th. Okay, perfect.
Make a motion, put it in committee.
I'll second it.
Okay.
And we gotta change that to March 5th.
Wait, hold on. This is just for the calling of the public hearing. We're voting on this tonight.
Yes.
Okay.
Later.
I said it. I
Thank you, Joe.
forwarded it to you again, but I found it.
Next one is proposed order number 2, annual estimated out.
I'll make a motion to put it in committee.
Very good. This discussion's closed. Proposed order number 9. Looks like amending the composition of the police to add a captain.
So this, the language of this legislation kind of reads from the last time we actually had this piece in. The only thing that I wanted to do is I wanted to take out the actual component where it states that there was a sunset clause in it. So technically it should say just an ordinance amending the composition of the police and fire. It shouldn't say to add a captain, so we can eliminate that component of it. But this just clarifies what the composition is, where the police department stands, and to move on from that.
Any other questions?
I guess I have a question. Oh,
Excuse me. Go ahead.
I was just, Elmir, do we still have anybody working as a sunset right now?
So this wasn't meant to be passed tonight. Once they're done with that full complement, I just wanted to make sure that we
That
were
is-
clarified that that's what the composition is. Because when we did add that captain back in, even though the sunset clause said red 105, it kind of confused the table of organization a little bit. So this is just for everybody to be on the same page of where the complement is for the police department. I discussed this with the chief, I discussed this with the deputy chief, and this is just for clarification purposes for the actual ordinance. So we're not reading back into the sunset clause.
Can I just make a recommendation?
Sure.
I don't know that section C is needed, but I would put it as the whereas provision. It's not something that's.
Sure, and this was something that like I said, I put in
Yeah,
because
so
we were
that-
going back to the table, I was going back to the table of organization from like 2012 to make sure that we were like okay with where we were because we amended it, we didn't amend it. This just solidifies where we're at with the table of organization for UPD. And I think that once this is all said and done and you don't have those positions in, we start over again.
So I would just recommend that you make that as a whereas provision. and
Sure,
not
so,
include
yeah,
it as
and
the,
Steph, we could do that. I'm gonna put this in committee.
Okay.
And then I'll make a note that we change it to the whereas rather than the actual
Okay.
subsection C.
Yep.
And then the only thing that we have to strike out is that to add a captain, because this is just an ordinance amending the composition of the.
I'll second
of
that
the police.
for committee.
Okay?
So, I mean, we have 165, but in reality, we're gonna be down 5 police officers because of the sunset clause. Until they go back to the academy and bring 5 more up, but actually, I mean, they're gonna be 160, not 165.
No, we were 170
Mhm.
with the sunset clause. We go back down to 165.
Okay.
So that's why I wanted to clarify it, because it got a little confusing with the sunset clauses and then adding that captain back. Because technically, if you would have looked at it, when we originally did the sunset clause, even though we amended the sunset clause, it was 106 for the police officers. Then you added the captain, it was supposed to be 3, it went to 4, and we didn't add that extra position in during that time of that August meeting. So this is just a set in stone for the purpose of E-code and the police department, and for us to know that if we go back to this, that's what the actual complement is, okay?
Do you want to make this full council? Any problems,
We'll
any
put it in
questions?
committee.
We're going to put it in committee.
It's in committee. I second it.
Okay, thank you. Discussion closed. Proposed ordinance number 21, ordinance and amending in section 2-2648 regarding sewer rents. Can we take care of this?
So I can just talk on this. So typically, every year when the budget is presented, there usually is a sewer rent increase. This year it was 4%. The last couple of years, the legislation has been not sent down, so we're now making sure that when the budget is presented, the legislation to change the sewer rents is also matched and included in that and sent down.
Very good,
But
thank you.
we haven't voted on this at all. I mean, this isn't the one that we took care of last month, is it?
Yes.
It is?
Yeah,
The one
this
we-
is
So-
what's the new rate.
So, all of the past ordinances for the sewer rents that you voted on, a number of them were incorrect,
Correct.
but were relating to last year's budget and the number reflected in that budget. So this is reflecting in the increases for this year's budget.
Again, just to unify the code to where we're at in the budget. Finalize, is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that
So
again?
just to unify the code, just to make sure the code is up to date and matches.
Yes,
the amount.
generally, typically moving forward, which is where there was some confusion, when you send down the budget, it accounts for sewer rent increases, you have to also change the legislation. It's a separate piece, so that's why this is being sent down.
You said it was a 4%, so our sewer rents in the budget are showing a 3% increase. So I guess we'll put this in committee. I just want to double check that this is.
So the
Right.
mayor can touch on it, but my understanding it was a 4% increase.
Okay.
I'll second that. We're in the
It does not.
committee.
So we're going to put that in committee?
Yes.
Okay, discussion closed. I'd like to open a discussion on proposition number 11, authorizing the implementation and funding in the first 100% of the federal aid and state. Ms. Shelley, program aid eligible of transport federal aid project and appropriate funds thereof. And
So I'll just briefly talk on this. It has the same heading as what Paul Romano was here to talk about last meeting concerning the pedestrian loop. This is a similar project. Nick, I don't know if you have any more detailed information, but it's a similar project. It's a similar resolution, and we need it for to get to the state so that we can move forward to process the agreements.
What project is this then?
This is for the
Broad Street
tap.
And where's the state's paying for the 1.1 million?
No.
Where's that coming from?
We got a grant for, like 6 million, and our share of it, total 8 million. They're giving us 6, our total share is 1.2 is what we have to come up with out of our own pocket.
So this is just saying we will come up with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, some way or.
It's not.
But just to jump in here, I have spoken to the mayor. There were a couple projects under the DRI that did not move forward. And we've had preliminary discussions with the state about moving those dollars to this Broad Street and being our local match.
If that works with that, so that would cover the 1.1 hopefully?
Yes,
Okay.
it's the Bowers projects, basically.
Brian, do we have a timeline on that, whether or not that'll come to pass regarding the transfer of those funds?
The state has already canceled one of the Bowers projects. I believe they're close on the second one, so I'm just waiting on them to cancel that second one, and then I'll submit the request on behalf of the mayor to move that money to the Broad Street project.
Okay, all right, thank you.
When would this get started then?
Well, right now, we sent all of the information back to the state, and Alfreda was our rep, and she got covered. Now
Okay.
we have a new rep. We haven't heard back from them yet. So
Okay, thank you.
we don't know yet. May not even know. We don't know. We don't know.
Shouldn't be speaking on other HR.
Any other questions?
details needed.
Okay, I don't have a problem with full council. Anybody else have a problem with full council?
I'm fine with it.
No, we'll vote on this tonight. Yeah. Discussion closed. Open discussion for proposition number 12, authorizing sale of wine and beer to the Jewish Community Federation of the Mohawk Valley. Name of sponsor, Jewish Community Federation of Mohawk Valley. Name of event, Utica. Date of event, Sunday, June 8, 2025, 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. Jewish Community Center, 2310 Oneida Street, Utica, New York, 13501. Any questions? Well, we can make that full council.
It looks like they have a grand old time there.
We can close our discussion and we'll vote on that tonight. And then we have proposition number 13, open for discussion, is Commissioner Deeds. For Heather,
We're gonna have another one too that's gonna come out between.
oh, okay, 13 and 22, thank you. For Heather Westwoosley of 407 French Road, Utica, New York, 13502. Richard Tomino Jr., 7 Greenwood Court, Utica, New York, 13502. We can vote on those tonight.
Yep.
Any questions? Any other questions before we close?
No, if I could have,
I just have one other thing. I know you guys have sitting in committee the tax cap legislation for the waiver. I just want to make it clear, I know Charlie has come down before and presented to you about, the importance of, your options as far as waiving the tax cap. Again, if it's not passed and the budget passes either by mistake or default and it is an increase, those funds will not be able to use. We'll still be in a deficit and those monies will be sequestered and non-usable. And I did want to make it clear that the last day to be able to vote on it is March 7th to allow time to publish and give notice for the public hearing, which has to be conducted before it's signed and final. So The last day to do that is March 7th.
So we can do it on the 5th of March and it's not too
No, we
late?
gotta meet, we gotta.
We have a meeting on March
Next
5th.
Wednesday.
Next week.
But I thought we laid the local law on the table. For the tax cap, did we not? At the last meeting?
We
Yeah.
did.
We did, we laid it, okay.
Yeah,
So-
we laid on the
It's already on the table, right?
Yeah, okay.
So, but I just want to make it clear that the last day really to allow for enough notice and to publish, and
It'll
the
be
10-day is
A week
March.
from today.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
That's our next council.
It should be our next.
Yep, supermajority.
Stephanie, what did, oh, I apologize. What did you mention, if the budget passes by what or default? I just didn't hear it.
So if there's, monetary, if there's a mistake in the budget where it's over, or if the mistake or yeah. Anything where the budget is over what
What is the actual tax cap?
the tax cap is, it's usually 2%, 3%.
So was there, a s-
This one, Court?
Excuse me, according to the calculations that Comptroller Morehouse gave was at 1.4%. So it was about a little over $400,000.
Could we have the comptroller or budget director speak to that exact percentage on the floor, just so we have a finalized number?
Sure, the comptroller isn't in-house. He said he would be more than welcome, or be more than happy to come to us
Not
and
sure if
speak
the,
on
if
that.
the budget
So-
director has that number either.
Me and Bill spoke on it briefly. He did a calculation, but I think he did say 1.4.
Just want to confirm that.
It was close to that, if around that $440,000.
Something like that, yeah.
Was where it was at. Which would be
See if
well
I-
under.
Which would be well under 2% for the fact that because the taxes have been at zero those previous years, when you calculate that, that goes into effect of how that tax levy is actually calculated. There's a number of factors that go into that, which brings it down lower to than that 2%. That's why we're at 1.4 rather than the 2 that the state levied. There is information that the New York Conference of Mayors did send me. I will forward that information to the rest of the council so that you can read through it. I had a hard copy, but I left it in my car. So I'll forward that to you in an email so that you could see a little more clarification from that office as well, not just ours.
Any other questions?
Not on this. I just had another or a piece of business I'd like to bring up, if that's okay.
Fine.
Thank you. I just want to give the council a heads up. Next week, I'm going to try, we had that towing legislation, and we said that we'd make the storage rates, I think it was $85 or $95, but they went in, they were passed as $45. So I've been hearing calls from the towers again that, they've done so many tows, but they're only collecting 45 a day. So next Wednesday, I'll try to get in legislation, and hopefully we can correct that.
I thought that we passed it at 45.
We did
We
pass
said on
it.
the floor that it was going to be 85, and I went back there with the, you guys were discussing it, and I went back there and said that this was the demand and what we were hoping for, and then it just,
Right, but I didn't say 85.
it's not just you, we did, I.
Because
told
I think,
Stephanie
I
this
thought
was
that we
number.
settled on 45 for that.
45, I mean, according to other cities, it's, I know Rome, I think they did like 95 a day, and it's internal, and external storage, so it was, the one thing that they were asking for is just a flat fee. of
Right, but I
that.
thought that we eliminated the other rates so that they could be higher at a certain rate, and that's why we left it at 45, because we gave them a little exclusive rights to
No, on
to
the
do
floor,
that.
we said that it would be 85, we can go back and
Who's
pull those
we?
minutes. This council, and when we were talking with the towers, it's
I don't
a
remember.
very straightforward request, and if anything, it's still lower than what other cities are, so I'm just gonna.
I mean, if you could, can you get that tape where I said it was gonna be 85?
You
'Cause
can
I'm
go
pretty
back and
sure-
watch what we all said.
I'm pretty
and-
sure we were pretty exclusive because we changed the rates where we took out the fact of they had, I forgot exactly what it was.
We took out a lot of things of it, and
That
it's
it was,
not.
that we gave them
favorable.
the right to charge more, hence the reason why we kept that at 45.
I don't think.
So,
gave
I mean,
the
I'm
right
I'll have to go back and look at the tape, but I thought we were very specific when we passed that legislation. I thought we were specific that the reason that it was at 45 was because we gave them.
storage when they're there.
Yeah, when they take
I get
somebody's
that.
car for the day.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'll bring up, and we can discuss it more for next Wednesday. I just want to give everybody the heads up. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? I'd like to close the meeting? Motion? Second? Thank you.
See you in half an hour.
Will come to order. The city clerk will call the roll.
Aiello, Burmaster, Batar, Carcone, Urban, Beatrice, Williamson, Colosimo Testa, Lemetico, Giruzzi, all present.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence for the deceased members of the County Council. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a motion and a second to dispense in the reading of minutes from the previous meeting?
Thank you.
Public comment period, 3 minutes per speaker. LaQuisha Hunt.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Common Council.
Well, here we are.
LaQuisha, the Common Council has provided you a copy of Section 3244, public comment period. Are you in agreement with the rule? Thank you.
Okay, we all know that we've had a lot of snow, more than I ever remember, and you guys know I've been around a long, long time, okay? Right? This is both good and, how should I say, this is both, I don't want to say bad. I think that the city has done a fantastic job, but they could do more. There are areas on the street that are inundated with the snow up to the side, to the curb. And in the business areas, where the stores and the businesses are, the people want to park in front, but you can't park if you can't get on top of the snow. Then while you're inundated with the snow on both sides, you have this way traffic and this way traffic. During last week that we had so much snow, I didn't leave the house for 3 days, which is unusual. And I do have a plow guy that does a fantastic job in my yard, but he didn't clean the street. That's the city's responsibility. That's where our tax monies goes. That's where everything that we want to have done. So basically, the area I'm talking about is from Mohawk, Bleecker and Mohawk, all the way to Genesee. From the area of Bleecker and Mohawk to the firehouse. Then there's an area that's pretty good. Then you start again across from Chancellor. You go down to St. John's Church, and all the way down, you've got a bus terminal. You got people coming on both sides, and the snow packed on both sides. Somehow, people should have been allowed to take their cars off tonight at midnight so that the city could have gotten through and cleaned those to the curb. Now I experienced, this has happened to me twice this past week. Going down, I thought, why did I pick to go over Bleecker Street? But this is my home. I went down, they're coming this way, including a fire truck. How he got through, I will never know. So, you guys have done a fantastic job. I understand how bad it is with all the snow, but please, think of the people who are renting, who are paying for their stores, and the customers. I know when I go to the hairdressers, I need at least 2 hours, not 15 minutes. So if I'm gonna park, I'm gonna park. So you need to be a little bit more conscious of how you clean the streets. I think probably a better plan. So I thank you for listening to me. I want to see Bleecker Street clean. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Stephen, how do you pronounce that? Magnuson. Stephen, the common council has provided you a copy of section 3244 public comment period. Are you in agreement?
Sure.
Please state your name.
Steve Magnuson.
Thank you, Stephen.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I want to make mention that the mayor, this is in regards to the tax increases that we've gotten over the last 2 years. The mayor is an elected official, as several of you are, and as an elected official, you work for the people of Utica. That's who you work for. I work for someone as well. If my light bill gets higher and my heat bill gets higher, I don't go to my boss and say, hey, I need more money. My boss is going to say, what am I going to get from you for that more money? Okay? I'll tell you what I got from my 13.8% last year. I got a cone for 15 months on a pothole around the corner from me. Almost hit the pothole when the cone was knocked down the block with my motorcycle and killed myself. Someone else was gracious to put another cone on there for the remaining 12 months that was there. But what the people of the city who pay most elected officials' salaries have to do when their light bill gets higher is they got to shut off some lights. When their heat gets too expensive, they got to turn down their heat. Okay? There are people on Social Security that got a 2% raise. Now our mayor's trying to impose a 9.8% increase, maybe a little lower, maybe a little higher. So you telling people on Social Security that, hey, we're going to take all that raise that you got from your Social Security to pay your taxes. Taxes affect everyone in the city because it goes from the homeowner to the renter. Okay, people on county services get a raise as well, and then what happens when the county taxes come in and they realize their budget's getting a little higher? Okay, we need to make cuts because the only thing the mayor has not provided us is a plan to reduce our taxes. I hear a lot of plans, but the only plan I haven't seen is a tax reduction plan. I don't know if we've seen one in years in the city of Utica. I understand people have to pay their health insurance, but how many people in the city, when their health insurance gets too high, have no health insurance because of it, or have to bid out to better health insurance? Okay? The roads are horrible. I have a pothole in front of my house for 7 years. Now rebar is sticking out of it. I was on the yellow shade in the little graph, but when I get my tax bill, I'm not in the yellow tax bracket. Okay? We're not getting any services for these increases. The budget has to be managed better. We elect our leaders to manage the city. Right now, it seems like if we can't afford the city, it's because we're mismanaging the city. Rebid the contracts. If they're essential, rebid them. That's what everyone else has to do when their house and their contractor costs too much. They rebid it. They find a lesser contractor, someone that's going to charge less. Okay, it's not business as usual.
Please finish up, Stephen.
Okay, I'm grateful for you guys giving me the time. Had a lot more to say, but you only get 3 minutes. I'll be here the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Louise Cortez. Is it Lewis?
Yes.
Lewis, Common Council has provided you a copy of Section 3244.
Also, I haven't received anything, but
Public comment period? Yep. Are you in agreement?
yeah, it might be here.
It's right there.
All righty.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Well, first thing I want to say, I'm so grateful with the city of Utica. I've been here. This is my 25th year. My kids being raised, and they are about to finish college. So I'm pretty happy with it. Unfortunately, there is always issues, and trying to get a hold with you guys because I have complained with UPD, animal control, even one of the common council members. I sent an email to the mayor's office last year. It's a year already. I haven't received anything. And it's sad because you got to deal with this every day, every single day, and I hope you guys can do something. I mean, we can't just live with this, with this every day. I mean, it's a low volume. I don't want to disturb you guys, but you have no idea how much does disturb me every day. So I can't really sleep because I'm in the middle of the night and this wakes me up. It's a large animal. You guys have an idea what animal this is. It's a German Shepherd, canine trained. You can't compare this with the small animals. I have 2 small dogs, they don't bother nobody. You guys can't have the same policy for a large dog, you know, comparing with a small dog. So I hope you guys do something. I try to do my homework myself. I work, pay taxes, stay out of trouble, and I hope you guys do your part. So thank you.
Louis, thank you. Francis Brown? Francis, Common Council has provided you a copy of Section 3244 Public Comment Period. Are you in agreement?
Yes, we are.
Please state your name.
Francis Brown.
Thank you, Francis.
First, I would like to thank you for your time. What I would like to address is, once again, we got that tax increase. Why increase property taxes again? Isn't that going to scare the growth of the city of Utica? We want to bring in commerce, not scare people out. There are plenty of ways to generate income within the city of Utica, starting with the enforcement of the city codes, which includes the property maintenance code, part of the uniform code. I myself have been trying to get Utica city codes to enforce the code violations at my residence I reside at for over a year now. From something as simple as a door handle to the foundation falling apart and dangerous ice conditions in the alley where I can't even get to my laundry area to do my laundry. If a citizen of Utica or somebody on the behalf of it makes a complaint that the city code enforcement takes all them complaints seriously and professionally. I'm very key about the professional part. I've been very rude. They've been very rude to me and whatnot. The city code enforcement needs to start with stricter and clearer repair time limits and timing of taking the offender to the code violations to court. I had plenty of conversations with Mr. Phillips, the director of the code enforcement. He seems to think that the threat of court seems to be more effective than giving the ticket. Now, mind you, as you see, I have a body camera. I have my conversation with him on the body camera, so you can't lie about that. But yet, when he was before you guys, he wanted to change his story about the 1203 inspections to generate revenue, and that he's handed out more tickets, but yet my landlord hasn't received a ticket or to go to court, nor has the repairs been done. It's been, since even this last code violation, it's been over 30 days. Now, the key word when he was talking about the 1203, that is section, I believe 19 NYCRR 1203. But in 1203 3H, the key word is shall. In no event shall, I'm sorry, I lost myself there. With him seeming like he's overwhelmed with doing these 1203s, well, they should have been doing them all along. Now, in no event shall intervals exceed 1 year for a building which contains assembly area, 1 year for the schools and colleges, then 3 years for all the multi-dwellings. Well, if we look at the records, I bet you it hasn't been being done in that last administration. Because if you actually look at the budget or whatever, and if
Richard,
you look at the
you
fines.
Try to wrap that up,
Yep.
please.
That really isn't, seems to be being in effect. The next thing that can protect the tenants would be good cause eviction, which I'll talk about more next time.
Hey, Richard, thank you.
Thank you.
Francis. Thank you, Francis. Next speaker, Richard Bowser. Richard. Common Council has provided you a copy of Section 3244, public comment period. Are you in agreement?
Yes.
Please state your name.
Richard Ball.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Richard Ball with the Railway Historical Society, one of the board members, and I just kind of stopped back on in, give kind of an update on where we're standing, looking at the, I call it the Schuyler Street Tower project over on Schuyler Street, West Utica. I've been out on the road a little bit and came up with some locations that had what I call conceptual ideas for in the area around the tower. Basically, like they have what's called a Railroaders Park. Could be a name in there too. That there is located out in Naperville, Illinois. And I have some photos tonight there if those ever would like to take a review of them. They're just concepts, some of the things that they did. Railroad wheel benches and some other items. Bob and Katie, they've gotten pictures of what I've had. We've been working with the city engineering department, on this here concept. So when springtime comes, sidewalk work can be done, curbing can be done. We're anticipating taking the tower off its pedestal over there and bringing it around the corner to sculpture space and do a rehab on that. So, it's one of the last things that come into the brewery district. So kind of sprucing it up with the help of the Susquehanna Railroad. We're going to try and make that look nice on that. Like I said, for those that are like to review some of the photos, I have them here for you.
Thank you, Richard.
Yep. You have some questions afterward. Move on the sideline.
There's no common council guest speaker. Report of city officers. We'll start with Nick Breidenbecker, city engineer. Thank you, Nick. Budget director, Alamere Koltek.
Well, besides the budget, which you guys are all aware of anyways, I am deep into the purchasing setup. We're trying to set up a new purchasing module in our Munis system where our purchasing agent can work seamlessly with the department heads to get POs written up and approved in a day time opposed to a week time or 2 week time. We can be a lot more organized, between all the departments, and that will in turn will help us better manage our budget, not just now, but for years to come, for whoever's in this seat. So I'm excited about that. And that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner of DPW, Mark Sokolowski.
Yes, I got two things. Number one, we've had a lot of snow in the month of February. Everybody knows that. And I understand everybody is frustrated with the roads, with the side of the curbs, wherever you live. We are out there day and night cleaning out where we can clean at the times. We will get there when we can, and I understand your frustration. And just please call me, come down to DPW, I'm always there. And for the gentleman with the pothole for 7 years, give me your address and I will be there tomorrow morning with a crew and we'll fill that pothole. You got my word. And if you know me, you know I will get it done. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Gentile.
Hope it's not a big pile.
I need that your help.
All right, I'll be there. I'll be there with you. Some cool things happening in the city. Valbayalis, we had the tow rope going this past weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The plan is to open Friday, Saturday, Sunday again this week. But I know there was a lot of nostalgia, a lot of happy people that the lights were on and people were able to use that. So it's something we want to continue moving on throughout this winter. There is some movement on the chairlift as well. So our goal is to have that moving hopefully this year, and hopefully the snow sticks around long enough for that to be something that can be realized. As far as some of the other stuff, the best form of communication is still the 311 app or mayor@cityofutica.com. utilize that. If there's a problem area, we're immediately on the phone communicating with Parks Department, DPW, on how we can resolve that as soon as possible. So that's still going to be, the best form of communication, as much as we do, see the standard kind of stuff on Facebook and stuff. That's not, a Facebook rant isn't usually the best way to get in touch with us, but even if we do see it in that realm of things, we're still trying to address it. So Lucretia, I was able to get my haircut and park on Bleecker Street just yesterday, so it's a start. We're moving in the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
It didn't it didn't take 2 hours though, so I don't know. But yeah, there's some good stuff happening in the city, so take advantage of the winter things as long as you can.
Thank you, Chief. Brian Thomas, Urban Renewal.
Just so everyone's aware, the draft generic environmental impact statement for the 4 reuse scenarios for the former St. Elizabeth's has been posted to the city website, so feel free to go on that and read the entire nearly 1,700 pages.
Also, one last thing on that. So the mayor's office is planning on scheduling a public presentation that will address, be open to the public for both budget and an update on St. Elizabeth's in the coming early weeks of March. So that'll be going out as soon as we finalize date and time.
Okay, thank you. Sergeant Charlie Parker.
Nothing.
Stephanie DeGiorgio, Corporation Counsel.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. There is no cash report, petitions, remonstrances, and appeals. First Ward Council Member, KDIL.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm all set tonight.
Thank you. Second Ward, Bob Burmester.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mentioned it before, we did have a lot of snow this year. I got a lot of complaints, but you gotta get your cars off the street. There's no exceptions. Handicap, special permits. If the plows can't plow, they can't clean your street, and it's hard enough. Just be a good neighbor. Get your car off the street. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Third Ward, Joe Beatrice. Vitar.
As it wasn't the first time that.
Yeah, you're better looking.
First, I mentioned it earlier during our committee meeting regarding the DPW. It's been mentioned a few times regarding how much snow we've received, and I've been in constant communication with our DPW Commissioner Mark Sokolowski here, and we keep getting these messages, calls, emails, Facebook messages, and when I pass it along to Mark, very quickly the resident will reach back out saying that something's been taken care of and handled, and I think that's really important when we've been dealing with the amount of snowfall that we've been getting. So I do want to mention that. Now, second, the proposed tax increase. I know we had a couple speakers talk about that, so I want to touch on that too. The council's met now the past 3 days in chambers for several hours each day, going through this budget with the departments and trying to come up with different ways, you name it, raising revenue, cutting costs, being creative, coming up with new ways to add different fees to the budget, different things like that. So, we're keeping in mind residents on fixed incomes. It was mentioned by our speaker here, Stephen. Now, we have a COLA increase of 2 to 2.5% a year, which you mentioned. These are individuals who have paid off their mortgages over 30 years. They've earned the right to call their home theirs. Now, years go by and they may lose a spouse. Not only do they lose that spouse, they lose that additional income. And we hear this story all too often where now that one income isn't enough to pay the taxes anymore. And it's too much, 25% over 2 years. It's simply too much. It's not sustainable. And I think, I hope I speak for the entirety of this council when I say, we're working tremendously hard to slash this proposed tax increase to a level that is sustainable and we're going to continue to do that here over the next several weeks. And I do just want to add one more point because it came up, St. Elizabeth's. Those who live in South Utica, like I do, are very close to St. Elizabeth's. If you don't live in South Utica, it's a citywide issue, regardless, in the future of St. Elizabeth. So the public comment period here over the next 60 days is extremely important to put those comments in because they're taken into consideration. This is our shot here as a community to have this input with, you know, an 18 to 20 acre campus that whatever is put in that area will be there for the next 100 years. Look at St. Elizabeth's now. It's been there since 1917, the original campus. It's over 100 years, so that's what we're looking at. That's what we're facing. So we have to really come together here, show up for the March 20th public hearing, and make our voices be heard as a community on the future of that campus. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. 4th Ward Councilmember Frank Carcone.
Well, I'd just like to repeat that the DPW, I made many calls to Mark, and he's taking care of it. Nurses that had to get to work, and he responds very well. I also like to compliment the police and firemen who also had to fight through this bad weather to get the calls and take care of calls. It wasn't very easy. And everybody here on this council is working hard on this budget. We're all looking at it, and we're all doing our best to do what we can. That's it.
Thank you. 5th Ward Councilmember Venice Irvin.
I don't have anything tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. 6th Ward Councilmember Joe Beatrice.
I'm good tonight, thank you.
Councilmember at Large, Minority Leader Mark Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have nothing to pass.
Thank you. Councilmember at Large Samantha Calissimo Testa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm usually the last person to speak in this rotation next to Jack, but I'd like to echo the 3rd Ward, the 4th Ward, the 2nd Ward, the 5th Ward, the 6th Ward, how important it is for us and the departments and the job that they're doing. This is a tough budget. It's probably one of the toughest budgets that I've seen since I've been on the council and trying to reduce the tax increase without having to take manpower away, and I think that that's the most important. The council president brought up an excellent point earlier today. When Mark Sokolowski, who's our DPW commissioner, started on at DPW, there was 80-something guys. They're to half of that now, which really makes it difficult for the council to keep cutting services to the taxpayers that they need while trying to lower the tax increase. So we're really going to try and work hard. I know that I've gone line by line through this budget with my colleagues, and that's all I can say is that we're going to try and get our best, do our best to try and get it down to the level that, you know, we feel is appropriate for the taxpayers to take in. And that's going to take us the next few weeks to get through. So I appreciate everybody's patience here, department heads, council people, and although times get a little aggravating, talking to one another, hopefully we can get through it by the time the 20th of March comes. That's it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember at Large, Jack Lamelico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like everyone else on the council, we're looking at this year's budget, and we're looking for ways to reduce the budget. You know, 25% of the population of the city are refugees, with multiple people living in their houses. 30% of the people in this city are below the level to actually pay taxes or barely making ends meet. If you go to the grocery store, you look around, we live in an aging population. People now are living on government checks, their retirement checks. They don't have the excess money or the extra money to pay additional taxes. When we have to look at this, this year, we got to remember that this isn't a city that's rich. This is a city that gets by. And that's how we should be looking at when we put our budget together. We shouldn't be looking at how City Hall runs. We should be looking at how we can take care of our citizens in the best way we can with the least amount of money we could get away with. Because we're not dealing with Long Island. We're dealing with Utica, New York, and the citizens that live here. So when I'm looking at this schedule, I'm going to be looking for the people of this city and how we could trim this down. And I know all my council people here are doing the same thing. So hopefully by the end of this month, we'll have something together for you. They'll be a lot better than the 9% and the 24% that in the last 2 years that you would have to pay if we didn't step in. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Can I have a motion to introduce proposed ordinance number 1?
Motion?
We're going to put that in committee?
No,
You just
we're-
got to make an amendment on the floor to add in the dates.
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion to amend.
Yeah, March 5th and then March 19th.
So you call for the public hearing Wednesday, March 5th, 2025 at 7 PM,
No later than 3 p.m. on Wednesday,
and no later than 3 PM
March 19th.
for the
Okay,
persons that like to participate.
Second?
The only thing that I'd like to strike is that, is that for persons that would like, oh, so they can still participate remotely through the public hearing? Or is that something that we no longer do? So, I mean, I think that it would be, that we should go back to the last one, because I don't know if we could do remote public hearings, just to clarify. It should probably take out for persons that would like to participate remotely. It should probably just say for persons that would like to participate through.
By emailing.
By email, yeah.
And also, if we can make amendment for the 50th year.
Wait, hang on. Let's just finish this one, because we gotta get a motion, we gotta carry a motion on that one first.
My only
So I'd
question.
like to make a motion to remove remotely and put by email in the public hearing. Please sign up to speak by emailing the city clerk with your full name and telephone number no later than 3 PM on Wednesday.
Can I get a second on the amendment?
Second.
Okay, did you have?
Oh, yeah,
Amy,
make
did
a,
you have something?
this is the 51st year, right, for CDBG? Not 50th year? So I think we need to make an amendment to change 50th to 51st.
So the 51st year Community Development Block Grant Program?
Yes.
Okay. Have a motion and a second? Okay.
It's technically, we're 50th in the end of the fiscal year of 2025, so it goes by calendar year. So you could even add 50th/51st to be a little on the safer side, because that's technically the same of those. Would you agree, Brian?
Yeah, I like that better.
Okay, thank you. So we'll change it, Katie, if you don't mind, I'll re-amend your amendment to say in the 50th/51st year of the Community Block Development Grant for 25-26.
Have a motion to introduce proposed ordinance number 2?
To go back to that,
Do we need a vote on one?
oh yeah, so I'd like to finalize that motion, so I'll make a first.
I'll make a second.
Votes, please.
Are you voting?
For the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, for voting for the public hearing.
Thank you.
9 yeas.
So to make a motion to introduce, to lay into committee ordinance number 2, but just to follow suit on the last one, so that it goes in suit with the actual call for the public hearing, to make an amendment for the 50th year entitlement, just change it to the 50th, 51st. I kind of like it better where it says the submission of the 25-26 50-year entitlement community block development grants. Again, those have to be amended. Really, it should, we'll just keep it the 50th and the 51st year, just so that we're following suit on the actual amendment. So I'd like to make a motion where it says, and for the judgments recovered against the city in the 50th year, change that to the 50th/51st year entitlement under the Community Block Development Program, be in the same hereby is approved and adopted, and approves the submission of the 25-26 50/51st year entitlement of the Community Block Development Program.
Motion. Second.
Does that make sense? Did I clarify that okay? Mark. And then the only thing for clarification for the council people, because we're at a deadline of the March 20th proposal for the budget, this dollar amount, I would like to have that in so that we're not making amendments the same night as the council meeting. So I think that all of us can come into agreement that you have your amendments in and all your proposals done by the 18th, so that we could pass this and know what the actual dollar amount is. Instead of having the comptroller here trying to amend the dollar amount, please get that done by the 18th. Okay?
Council member, you made a motion to commit. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to introduce proposed ordinance number 9?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to introduce proposed ordinance number 9. There's two things that I'd like to make an amendment on. One is the ordinance amending the composition of the Bureau of Police, / out to add a captain. The other component that I'd like to make an amendment on is section C, / out to subsection C, and put a whereas the above composition shall be sent to the Board of Estimate Apportionment for any required adjustments to the table of organization. The reason why that was put in there is because a lot of the times us as a council have passed or amended ordinances through the table of organization, whether it be police or fire, and a lot of the times it has not been sent to the Board of E&A, or a mishap has happened. But this solidifies it going to the E&A so that the table of organization actually matches what's on the table of organization that we pass with that. The second component to that is I'd like to make a motion to introduce another ordinance which rescinds the previous ordinance that's on the books.
You don't have to do that.
You don't-
Put it in paragraph.
You could just put it, what do you want me to do? Just add
Just put a whereas.
Okay, so we can add an additional whereas, that the ordinance for the,
Or actually, Peter.
or be it ordained that the section, yeah, no, we're taking that out, so we're just gonna do it, be it ordained. Be it ordained that the ordinance to rescind, ordinance for the police composition on that date that we last did, be rescinded and replaced with this ordinance.
Well,
Can I have a second for the amendment?
I'd rather be a little more specific.
Okay, whatever you'd like to add.
I'd like to say that we should put this ordinance in committee as amended and say, put a paragraph C or I'd rather put on, and be it further ordained that ordinance number, says 95 on here, of August 7th, 2024, is hereby rescinded and annulled, because that is the ordinance where you talk about the sunshine law, and you talk about you
Right,
have
you know they voted too.
170 police officers, and you talked about
Who
attrition
went
and
there?
things like
Yes.
that.
Who was
That should be
Chin?
all annulled.
Chin's a good
Agreed.
friend of mine. Good guy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Further be it ordained.
Be it further ordained that
further
it's,
ordained
that it's annulled and.
That this ordinance here is rescinded and annulled.
So Drew, we'll clarify that with that actual ordinance. Is the council clear that what we want to do? That if Drew makes the amendment to the ordinance, what we're trying to clarify in the be it further ordained? Is everybody okay with that?
We're just committing it, right?
Yes, but
Yeah.
but we want to put it in committee as amended. Does everybody understand that? Okay, very good. All right.
Can I have a second
No,
for the
nothing.
amendment?
Just a no.
Second. Can I have a motion to commit?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Second.
Cars that.
Can I have a motion to introduce proposed ordinance number 10?
Motion?
Second. Ordinance waiving residency requirements for the position of recreation specialist. Can I have your votes, please?
Nine yeas adopted.
Can I have a motion to introduce proposed ordinance number 21? A motion to put in committee. Can I have a
I'll make a
and
motion.
Second. Can I have a motion to introduce proposed resolution number 11?
I'll make a motion to introduce.
Okay, authorizing the implementation of and funding in the first instance 100% of the federal aid and state March Salary Program aid eligible costs of transportation, federal aid project, and appropriating funds therefore. Can I have your votes?
9 yeas adopted.
Can I have a motion to introduce proposed resolution number 12?
Motion.
Thank you. Authorizing sale of wine and beer to Jewish Community Federation of the Mohawk Valley. Jewish Community Federation of the Mohawk Valley. Name of the event, Utica. Date of event, Sunday, June 8th, 2025, 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. Location, Jewish Community Center, 2310 Oneida Street, Utica, New York, 13501. Your votes, please.
Nine yeas adopted.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to introduce ordinances 13, 22, and 23 and vote on them as a block that are Commissioner of Deeds.
Yes.
I'll second.
Commissioner of Deeds, Heather Wazalewski, 407 French Road, Utica, New York, 13502. Commissioner of Deeds in the city of Utica within the 2-year term ending December 31st, 2026. Richard Tomano Jr., 7 Greenwood Court, Utica, New York, 13501. Commissioner of Deeds within the 2-year term ending December 31st, 2026. And Lucille Vincent, Commissioner of Deeds, 477 Rose Clare Ave, Utica, New York, 13502, Commissioner of Deeds for the city of Utica within the 2-year term, December 31st, 2026. Votes, please.
One more comment. Mr. Giorgio, I didn't hear it clearly. Did you give the members of the council the upset date on the local law?
Yes.
You did give that, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
That there was the 7th of March?
Is the absolute last day that they
Thank
can.
you very much. That's all I have, sir.
Can I have your votes, please?
9 yeas adopted.
Mayor Galimi, do you have anything?
I do, actually. Thank you for the floor. I know the podium's set up, but I have a budget book in front of me. So I'd like to do this sitting, because we're going to be going through a little bit of the budget. This actually won't take up too much time. My intentions were to not actually come to this meeting, because as council president, I led a lot of the budget meetings, and this was kind of the third night the council was going through the budget kind of for the first time together. After the last couple weeks of listening to radio commentary and specifically some things that were said at the Common Council meeting last night, I did decide to put together a presentation, which is just a response to some of the commentary. For the people that are here, I did give a budget presentation on February 6th, which can be viewable on Facebook and YouTube. I also have a transcript if people would like to read that entire presentation. The budget presentation I gave this year was complete with an entire financial position analysis of the city, which I also went over with the auditors at the State Controller's Office with. It was an entire analysis of the budget itself, and of course, actions that we've been taking over the last year since taking over the administration, reducing costs, cutting different things, et cetera. Some of that I'm going to highlight in here, but mainly I want to address a lot of the things that have been stated, because I do truly feel that this council has the intention to work on this budget, but things that have been floating around in the public and things that are being stated on this floor are unfortunately not factual. So I'm just going to take some time and go through some of the budget and address some specific issues. All right, so this is from the budget proposal presentation. This is really just kind of something that I put together because this is the administration, the Common Council, and the constituents seriously up against health insurance, state retirement, inflation, and unfunded mandates. Now, one of the big things that has been said on this floor and in the public multiple times by many electeds and radio hosts at this point and the public is that since taking office, I've personally, as an administration, added to the budget. That is absolutely not the case. When I came in last year, I went through this budget knowing every penny counted, like when I was council president, even though I was the mayor. And I took a pass at the discretionary budget and cut it last year, and I did the exact same thing again this year. Now, the principles I've been acting on are proactive budgeting, which, if anyone would seriously like to watch the presentation, I know Rocco and Councilperson Aiello, the council president, and the councilperson were obviously on the board of E&A. They saw the presentation. I'm not sure how many of the council members or the public have watched the full presentation, but I can attest to the fact that every single thing that has been questioned, asked, or said publicly was addressed completely in that presentation. And if it has not been watched and people are going through this budget, then I seriously would request that it be fully considered. It's 45 minutes, and considering that I had to put the proposal together, I hope that everyone would watch that before going through this budget with a fine-tooth comb. Create growth, not particular to this specific budget, but it's things we're working on. Fiscal stewardship is huge. Okay, a lot of things have been stated about how we treat tax dollars. I seriously treat every single penny in this budget as if it's part of my household budget. Many people on this floor have said how difficult this budget is. So what I would like to do is consider the fact that I had to put this difficult budget together as a taxpayer and a constituent, no different than every other person who lives in this city. We have to restore our financial footing, because the reality is, and I'm going to have some of the graphs and talk about the direction we're heading in. Okay, the reality is the fiscal health of the city that was stated in 2022 is no longer the case. The state controller and the office of the state controller literally gave me last week the self-assessment tools they do so that our controller's office can run the new fiscal health report, because they went through the charts with me and they agreed. We have to manage our debt service. Now, coming into office, I was hoping what we could do is something similar to what many constituents do. If you have a car loan and your car is aging, you pay the car off, you drive it for a couple more years, and then that $200, $300, whatever that car payment is, you swap it in for another car loan if you need a new car. That is a really realistic way to look at how you manage debt service, even at the municipal level. But the reality is, things that not just the prior administration did, but this council authorized on behalf of the taxpayers in certain circumstances, and referendums that were voted on by the taxpayers, we did not account for the debt service. We refused to account for the debt service. So now here we are, and it's coming to roost. Control spending. When we flip through this budget, you'll see that as a mayor, I've presented a budget that's controlling spending. And that's just the reality of it. Secure appropriate state funding. Every single person in this room deserves credit for the actual second year extension of the AIM funding temporary boost that was given last year. I put together a resolution based on real numbers, gave it to this council at the time where in the actual state of the state, the governor had no mention of an extension of that AIM funding. No mention. On the state's website, it was still the one-year extension that was set to expire this year. We worked together on a resolution that was passed unanimously, and myself and the chief of staff broadcast that to every single city across the state, all the media outlets. We sent it to the New York Conference of Mayors, all of the state representatives, the lieutenant governor and the governor at the time. Lo and behold, a week and a half later, everything flipped and there was a second year granted for the temporary AIM extension. So we have been, even though it doesn't look like it, working together, and I'd like to continue to work together, because there's much, much bigger, there's huge big picture items that are longer term that if we don't work together on, what we do within this fiscal year isn't going to matter, because it's the future that I'm concerned with. So the agenda for today is simple. Discretionary budget changes, manual review. I'm going to go through some stuff in the budget, discuss a few things, and just point out the fact that this administration has not been just pumping the budget full of increases. One of the things that was said on this floor and said on the radio multiple times, which unfortunately the public believes because it's reported and said by people who are elected by the actual constituency, is that I raised taxes last year and everyone would like to see what I did with the money. Those taxes literally went to things that were outside the scope of discretionary spending. And in last year's budget and in this year's budget, we reduced discretionary spending and the actual contractual increases and the mandated increases under things like health insurance, state retirement, and our debt service, which I might add, we didn't add to last year, okay, outside the paving bond, okay, and a small purchase because we had to buy police vehicles, okay, which isn't even on the books yet. Okay, not even on the books yet. Our debt service somehow went up $3 million. Okay, magically, right? Well, if we're going to explain to the public that the mayor's office, the administration, is wildly adding increases to this budget, how can we work together on it when it's not true? How can we all understand a budget if we're saying things that are false? So I'm going to go through a few of those things. Filled vacancies. Okay, I conducted a review of all the vacancies that I filled that were required from fiscal year 23 through fiscal year 26. And contrary to what's been said on this floor and on the radio multiple times by elected officials, I did not add employees. I filled vacancies that were already funded before I even took office. So I did not add employees. And in fact, I reduced the cost. And you're going to see that in black and white. Then I just decided, since not all of us have taken the time to actually watch the budget presentation or the financial analysis of the position of the city, I have excerpts of Utica's financial position. And I'm very serious about the subheading here. How did we get here without Mayor Galini personally adding millions to the budget? Because I did not. And if people don't understand that, we can't understand the financial position we're in. Shifting the future burden. Actions to balance Utica's reliance on property tax. In the budget presentation, as council president, and throughout my entire campaign, I proposed many different ways to actually raise the revenues outside of the burden of property tax. The problem is, those conversations started January 1st, 2024. And these are conversations that take 2 and 3 years to complete, to actually have an effect. Which is why I've been putting the budgets together the way I have, with insanely huge draws from our fund balance, with, unfortunately, what I would consider high increases in taxes. But when you actually look at how much is coming out of our fund balance and how little time that will last us, one can ascertain that without considerable cuts, okay, to services, we are not just flippantly raising taxes. Every single penny of the tax raise since I took office came from mandated expenses and did not come from discretionary spending. So discretionary budget changes. I'm opening up the budget book. Everyone's welcome to do it, but I'm just going to go through a couple examples. Okay. Now, I'm going to start with the mayor's budget. Okay, page 20. What's up?
I wanted to know what page you were going to start.
Page 20, page 20. All right. Now, what you'll see, now granted, we're proposing the fiscal year 26 budget. The first budget I put together as an administration as a mayor was fiscal year 25. So when I reference fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24, those are the budgets that were put together by the previous administration. Now, I know a lot of people on this floor get very aggravated about the fact that we reference the previous administration, but I would like to ask a simple question. Coming in as a new mayor, January 1st, 2024, and having to propose a tax increase based on expenses that weren't accounted for before I was mayor on that day, how would I explain that to the public without referencing the financial history of the city? It's a ridiculous thing to state. I've been very respectful of the previous administration, okay? The reality is we have to look at where we came from financially if we're gonna fix the position we wanna be in the future. So page 20, go back to fiscal year 23, okay? Now that's many years ago, many inflationary events ago, right? If you look at that, the mayor's budget right now in total, okay, the entire budget, right? We're looking at salaries, okay? 63,000 more than 2023. Now, if I've been flippantly adding things to this budget, how did we fill a vacancy, okay, that I might add is making less than the predecessor, okay, but making $80,000 a year, okay, but I only added $63,000 to the budget over fiscal year 23, okay? The amount that increased is less than the one person I filled the vacancy for. Controller's office, not my office. Okay, that's the office of the controller, but we have a good working relationship. Now look at the total office amount. Now first off, the salary line of the controller's office, even though there's many CSEA employees getting contractual raises, the salary line in total over 2023 is only $14,000 more in 2026. Only $14,000 more. Okay? The total budget is up by about $100,000. Okay? In almost 4 years. Now, considering the fact that we have to do an insane amount of auditing in that office, we've had to take on more work because of different things like the school tax billing, et cetera. They have been running an efficient office. And the fact that the salaries of that entire office have only gone up $14,000 since 2023 with contractual raises is almost nothing. Now, you're going to hear me say more a few times, but then you're also going to hear me say less. Okay, because I've cut things out of this budget last year and this year that actually take away from the discretionary budget that these things will increase. Now, granted, these are increases over 3 years, only $14,000 for the entire salary of every single person of that office together. Budget office, okay? Salary line is literally less than 2023. That'll come up when we talk about the fact that, one, all of the vacancies I filled, I didn't add. And when you total up all those salaries together, they're less than 24 and 23. Less. Okay? Page 23, purchasing. Okay. Now, this building decided, hey, we don't need a purchasing office because we don't want to have any oversight on spending. So someone went out on maternity leave. We decided not to fill that position. Now I say we because I'm trying to be respectful of the previous administration. This happened before I was here, okay? They decided to just not have a purchasing department, which meant there was no purchasing oversight, which meant there was no spending oversight. Now, the total budget is $6,700. That's only 6.7, that's $6,000, okay? More than 2023. The person in that position is making $4,000 less than the person who was in that position in 2023 and in 2024. Moving on. Assessment, Board of Assessment, okay? Now this one's wild, because they do a lot of work. That's only gone up $5,000 since 2023. Only $5,000. Now, if you were in that office today, you would see them filing literally hundreds and hundreds of exemptions for people who are elderly and would like to get the exemptions so that they can pay on half of the assessment of their house, which is something we do in this city, on their taxes. City clerk. This one's wild, right? Because they do a lot of stuff. We added dog parks, dog licensing, all kinds of crazy stuff, right? We got a new hospital, which means instead of New Hartford doing all the births, they're doing all the births. Hospitals here, they're doing almost all the deaths now. Their budget is $301,000 in this year's budget, but in 2023, it was $336,000. Now, 2024 actuals, the actuals were less than that, but guess what? That's because there was some vacancies that had to be filled. You go look at 2025, the fiscal year 25, the first budget I proposed, again, it was $304,000, which was less than 2023, but lo and behold, more than this year's budget. So this year, that budget is actually less than last year's budget, the way I proposed it. Law. Now, I'm going to say law is arguably more, but I'm going to say this. We have arguably way more lawsuits, and we've had to arguably defend the city against a lot more lawsuits so that we don't have to pay out through the nose. Now, the budget I'm proposing, again, is more, not just because of salaries, because of retention, which law was here representing all that earlier, but because I'm, again, appropriately funding contracted services. Okay, contracted services is an extremely important line, and you'll see some things in this presentation that, we spent $27,000 for contracted services to a very specific environmental lawyer last year, under my direction, and got us out from under $40 million worth of a penalty and cleanup in Incinerator Road. Civil service, $42,000 less than 24 and 23. 24 and 23. Now, some of that reduction is going to fund the HR salary. But everyone says, oh, I added an HR director, but we had that same person making more money in a different role. I won't use her name, okay? So while I did fill that position with somebody who's actually making less than the previous person, I actually cut something and made up for half the salary. Human resources, that's page 31 if you want to go look at it. Page 32, this one's an extreme less, okay? Quite a bit less. Engineering. Thank you, Mr. Breidenbecker, for running an efficient department, getting a lot done, because this year we proposed a total engineering budget of $970,000. Okay, now this is an estimate, hope we can stick with it, but what we're budgeting for, okay, is a little bit more than the budget I put together for fiscal year 25. But if you look at my two budgets from fiscal year 25 and fiscal year 26, they're about $1 million less than fiscal year 24. Sorry, 100,000. Still though, 100 grand, right? 100 grand less. Less again, 100 grand. So the mores I kept talking about were 14K, 5K, 6K, but when I say less, it's like 100K, 50K. I hope everyone's adding that up. City Hall maintenance, literally the same for the last 3 years. And the building's cleaner than it's ever been. Because we brought people in who actually want to clean the building. Sorry, it's true. Facilities department, less than the last 3 years. DPW Central Garage, less than 24 at the salary line. And if you look at the total budget for DPW Central Garage, 26 budget, $1,097,000. Fiscal year 25 revised, $1.1 million. So I reduced the budget further, and if you look at 24 and 23, both of the fiscal year budgets I put together are drastically less than the prior 2 years in 23 and 24. IT. Now, IT presented yesterday. If you go through that budget, the salary line looks more. But what was presented is we got rid of a very expensive contract and removed contracted services from multiple departments. And that overall IT spend is going to be down by about $100,000 this year. Now, if you look at judgments and settlements, I proposed adding money to judgments and settlements. Last year it was cut. But guess what? We went way over on the budget because you can't get rid of judgments and settlements when you have to settle and when you have to have judgments. It's just the reality of it. There's a few more. We could keep going, but I'm basically not going to go any further because I'd like to finish the presentation. I would like the council to seriously go through this budget with a fine-tooth comb with a similar set of glasses that I have on. And please, if you've watched it already, please watch it again. And if you haven't watched it, watch the budget presentation. I address a lot of these different things in that presentation in grave detail. Okay. The other thing I want to mention, if you flip to animal control services, and this is another big less. Okay, fiscal year 24, we paid out $250,000 to the actual contractor that was dealing we were dealing with for our Article 7 shelter. $250,000. They came to me after they cut us off and said, we'll do it for $1 million. Well, we walked away from them and we got it done for $150,000. Okay, again, $100,000 less in my budgets. Over and over again. Vacancies filled. This one will be quick because it's just blatantly obvious. And the reason I put this up here as blatantly obvious as I did is just I don't really appreciate the fact that I have a lot of good, skilled people with resumes working in this building that I filled the vacancies with, and people are running around on the radio and in the public media, both misrepresenting their salaries and misrepresenting the fact that they've been given crazy raises. Now, I'm going to stand up for this one. Fiscal year 20, so I didn't put the names of the positions, but these are the required vacancies. This is a retired replacement. Okay, these are all required people in this building. Required. Now, sure, we could stop doing things like answering phones. We don't have to have, a budget director, right? Because we got cited for it in our audit in 2023. Our auditors literally cited us for literally overspending because we had no budget director. So if someone wants to make the argument that one of these is not required, let's talk to the state auditors about it. All right, so retirement replacement, existing filled position, required vacancy, existing filled position, required vacancy. Now some of these are things like DPW commissioner. What did we just deal with the storm? How many compliments did we just get from the DPW commissioner? That's one of these people, okay? Functions of the city can't live without. Now, this is what I wanted to point out. I didn't add any of these positions. Not one of these positions. The only position, 3 positions I added past 3 years that affect this budget, okay? One is the public safety commissioner, $65 grand a year. The public demanded it, the electeds demanded it, and it was demanded during the campaign. We added one. He's doing a good job. He's working a lot with the codes department. That's part of the reason our homelessness issues are moving forward in a different way, why our vacant property stuff is going to be taken care of in a different way pretty soon. And it's truly a breath of fresh air to actually have someone in that office. Now again, that was a public demand and a demand from actually some of the people who sit on this floor who were elected by the body. Okay? Now here's the key here. Now supposedly I added all these positions, which I did not, but I also gave them a whole bunch of raises and they're making all this money, right? Well, guess what? Here's this budget that I proposed with all these people. Adds up to $664,000. Okay? Guess what? Fiscal year 23-24, $670,000. Now how, if I added all this money to the budget and gave all these people crazy raises, when I add them all up, are they making less money than this budget before I got here? I lowered the overall salary of that group of people, and they were all required, and I didn't add them. So I would really appreciate people in this room to stop making videos, going on the radio, and saying as such, because it confuses the public because you're being lied to. Excerpts of Utica's financial position. Now, this is where it gets a little interesting, because a lot of people are saying this is not the case, because they want to believe numbers from 2022 from a report that literally is not valid any longer. All right. So I have information on our paving right here. The reason I have this out is the bullet point at the bottom under budget deficit. Now this is just a slide from my presentation a few weeks ago, so I don't need to go over all this. But fiscal year 23-24 was overspent by $2.5 million. Okay, we had a budget deficit of $1.1 million. Now what's interesting is in 2023, this council took out an additional $2 million bond to clean up an overage in the paving. That bond was taken out after the money was spent, and if the council didn't authorize that bond for the administration, that deficit would have been $3.1 million. We don't want to talk about that though, because it's real. All right? Now, this is our true financial position. This is important. 21-22 was a peak. That report was 100% correct. $14.1 million in the fund balance. Fiscal year 22-23 had a deficit, $12.8 million. Fiscal year 23-24 had another deficit. Our change in position went down again, $11.7 million. Now, arguably, I had to balance the budget last year, appropriate quite a bit of fund balance, and the council then also approved that budget with that appropriation of fund balance, and we took a large draw. So the reality is, when fiscal year 25 ends, we're probably going to be at $9.3 million in that fund balance. Probably. It's an estimate. The year's not closed yet, right? We're trying to work on it. The bottom line is our year-over-year strength is diminishing. So I had a very similar slide in last year's budget presentation. This is fiscal year 26's annual estimate. Year-over-year increase summary. Now this is important because if you add up how much we're raising taxes, it doesn't add up to this amount. If you add up how much taxes went up last year, it doesn't add up to the fiscal year 25 non-discretionary amount. This is very important because while I was doing everything I could to cut the budget, and then the council arguably last year cut it further, our expenses that we have no control over, okay, continue to go up. So this year, our total year-over-year increase was $4.89 million. If we would do the math on this, it's blatantly obvious that what I explained when going through the budget page by page, even though we are cutting and cutting and cutting, our expenses continue to go up, up, and up. $4.89 million this year and $7 million last year. Now, the other thing I'd like to add is everyone keeps trying to draw this parallel between either a deficit or a surplus or a change in net position, depending on how you're balancing the books and talking about it, is an equally congruent thing to a tax increase or a tax decrease. Now, if our world was perfectly static and expenses never changed, if we had a deficit of 1 million, yeah, it would make sense to raise taxes to an equivalent of 1 million. Or if we had a surplus of 3, we could say things like, you know, if we had that big of a surplus, maybe we should lower taxes a little. But our expenses are not static. The reality is they haven't been static for a while, and we have refused to actually account for the increases in expenses that we can't control, and we refuse to account for expenses like debt service that we authorized. And it wasn't just Mayor Palmieri. It was the council and Mayor Palmieri and the constituents working together. Think about the paving program. Was it 2016 or 2017, Councilwoman Testa? 17. We put something on the ballot that said we're going to raise paving from $2 million to $5 million. Now, I was not an advocate of that because I didn't think we had a way to actually pay for it. Okay? Everyone said, don't worry about it. We'll borrow. Now, the way the council proposed the borrowing actually made sense. The trouble is you would have to have a council and an administration that want to work together on something like that.
We propose a 7.75% tax increase every year to supplement the actual borrowing.
Exactly.
That would have supplemented that.
Right. So every year you borrow $2.5 million to pave the roads, you end up with somewhere between a $250,000 and $300,000 debt service payment for somewhere between 10 and 15 years, depending on how you're structuring your debt. Which means every single time we borrowed that money to pave, which the constituents overwhelmingly voted to do, the council approved, and the administration was, okay, for lack of a better term, boxed into it. They weren't in support of it, but once it's passed by the legislative body, which is the representation of the city, you got to deal with it.
And I just want to clarify, at the time when we passed that, our debt service was at a place where it was comfortable enough where we could propose that and have those supplemental increases afford the debt service payment that we had as a legislative body.
So here's the thing.
Now,
Well, no, hang on. So here's my point. You're 100% correct about that. 100%. But the reality is, if we had simply had an administration that said, all right, we wanted to pave, We had this referendum, everyone voted for it. Well, every time we take out one of these bonds, we have to increase taxes by that debt service amount, which would have only been incremental. Every year it would have been anywhere between 0.5% and 1% to pay for that debt service. Now, here's the thing. We've been doing that for almost 9 years.
They paused it for a year, so technically we're on like year 7.
Yeah, but we overspent last year and had to take out more bonding, right? To cover for the fact that we just went around crazy.
But we were also lied
Yeah.
to and said that
Right.
there was money in our.
Well, so hang on. So here's my point. My point is we have roughly $20 million worth of debt out on roads. Okay? I think it's a little more. We never accounted for that debt service at all. And that's why the debt service, out of nowhere, is screaming. Because we let debt roll off, and the paving debt added to it. And right now, I'm on the phone with bond counsel, with the budget director and the controller's office, trying to figure out how we can restructure it so we don't continue to get crushed by it. Because the reality is, money that was borrowed before I even took office is still adding to the debt service as we speak, without us even taking out any new debt. Because we never accounted.
Well, we bonded for paving, for roads,
We bonded for a lot of stuff and just acted like it was a credit card we never had to pay off.
fire trucks,
Yes.
houses, and we had $60 million in our fund.
All right, so moving on. Financial position, I'm just gonna go through these real quick, because I went through this in the budget presentation. The whole key is this, right? At the end of, like, March 31st, 2022, that was the peak. We had a giant surplus, and then that year after that, we were in deficit territory. We just were. That year was 1.3. We overspent paving, and I think we covered it with ARPA that year. And then in '24, we overspent paving. And I say we as a city, I wasn't mayor yet, I was council president. We overspent paving, and then instead of posting a $3.1 million deficit, we took out another bond after the fact and borrowed the money for it. Which I might add, in that budget year, was there a tax increase to cover that debt service? No, there was not.
They borrowed it the 3 weeks before the mayor.
All right, so what our goal this year is to break even. The reason we need to break even is because when you take a withdrawal from the fund balance, which we had to do last year to lower the tax increase, and we had to do this year to lower the tax increase, if you don't have a surplus equivalent to that draw, it's like taking money out of your bank account. Even though if we break even with what we budgeted for, and we were completely in the black, no surplus, no deficit, that means our change in net position is still going to be negative $3.6 million. Now, here's the fund balance. I'm not going to really get into it. The point is, it goes up, it's on its way down. I have another slide that projects it out to 2027 at the current burn rate. Basically by 2028, the current burn rate will be at 2012 again, nothing in the bank, and getting rid of a whole lot of people we can't live without. Total adopted budget expense. This is really just our levy over the years. While all these expenses were accruing, our levy wasn't changing, our revenues weren't changing. This is a nice chart, state retirement, okay? The reality is our state retirement was pretty level for a while. The reality is once all the inflation we all just dealt with started hitting our state retirement system, and also contractual raises, because when you give people raises, we do have to contribute more, it's skyrocketing. When I put the budget together last year, the year prior was only 8.7 million. The first year I had to deal with it, it was 11.1. This year it's 12.9. It's an insane increase that I can't tell the state no to. Health insurance premiums. Now this is going up a lot. It accounts for a lot of our increases. However, I'm looking at, with our healthcare brokers, ways to reduce this. One of the ways I'm looking at reducing it is going to a transparent PBM. That's a prescription benefit manager. If we go through a transparent PBM, all the prescriptions are the same. You still have access to all the same drugs. It's just a company who doesn't literally take all the buybacks from the specialty drug companies and keep them. The transparent PBMs pass that through to the subscribers. It would probably save anywhere between $300,000 and $800,000 a year. Now granted, healthcare is always going up, so unfortunately these savings get eclipsed. But that's something we're trying to work on for next year's budget. If we can get it approved by all the different bargaining units, that's something I would really like to do, because anything we can save Anything we could save on healthcare is gonna help us. Now granted, this year it went up 1.5 million. Debt service. Talked about debt service a lot. It's basically our mortgage payment. 23-24, it did go up about 1.1 million. That was the budget prior to last year's budget that I put together. But really, you know, this is what's unfortunate, right? We borrowed for paving last year, and we did, I think, a $2 million capital when the request was a $10 million capital. I didn't want to hold off on issuing that debt because it's for things like police barriers, so we can protect people at the Boilermaker if somebody decides to drive through a crowd of people. It's things we truly need, but the reality is, the budget director and I had to work with the controller's office to see where this debt service is going. And before we think about taking out more debt, which we drastically need to do, because that is how we have to do it, okay? We have to borrow money to maintain things or purchase vehicles, okay? We're gonna have to account, I always will account for the payments on that debt, but the reality is, we have to try and restructure this debt this year, otherwise I'm not sure where we're going with it. Sales tax revenue. This was always supposed to be our savior. It's plateaued, it's not screaming, it's flattened, okay? It's not gonna be the cash cow it was when we had an economic boom in this state 10 years ago and sales tax went from 11 million to 19 million. It's not going to be 30 million in the next 2 years. I wish it was. Wish there was some way to do it. We're working on bringing in more retail and larger retail, not just like someone going in and buying shoes or a can of Coke, real retail into the community. I know you do buy a lot of Coke. You probably drove the sales tax up. My chief of staff drinks too much Coke. All right. This is the new pie chart I put together so that people could really get an in-depth view of what's going on inside the budget. Again, it's part of the budget presentation for the council, the public to view. But this really gives you a view of not like everyone else against public safety, but the way we've looked at the budget for a decade has been public safety and then kind of like everyone else together. So it kind of looks like this half and half. But DPW is only 6%. Debt service used to be 6%, now it's 9.25%. Common council is only 0.34%, right? Look at the controller's office. Look at engineering and facilities. Now look at the numbers on the left. You could literally take almost this entire second floor and fire every single person in the building, and it won't account for the fund balance draw we have to make this year. That is the position we're in. This is the projection at our current burn rate with the proposed tax rise, as much as I don't want to propose it, of our fund balance. Fiscal year 27, there's basically $3 million left in the bank, which means you got one more year to go until there's nowhere to even attempt. Which is why I'm in Albany. It's why I brought you that resolution on AIM. It's why we are proposing bed tax. You'll see a resolution come down. We're working with the state on it right now. It's why we're working on the other revenue sources. The reality is that's long game, okay? And I'm already making progress 1 year in, but those conversations needed to start 6-7 years ago, and they didn't. Actions of fiscal responsibility. I just want to go through a couple of these things because it's important. Day one, everyone's talking about Doge right now. Okay, you got people running around with Doge. We were quiet about it. I came in and said, why are we issuing, Joe Beatrice knows this, why are we passing change orders and not even asking questions? Why are we passing change orders without an account attached to them? I said, check it out, we're not passing any change orders. Everyone flipped out. They're like, how are we gonna pay the contractors? How are we gonna keep this work going? I'm like, is this work even supposed to be happening? So we stopped it. Within 2 weeks, we had account numbers, and we weren't passing change orders until they were funded. Then we started going through bid specs. I started noticing some weird things before the new deputy city engineer, the department head, came in, okay? I started noticing things. The second Nick came in, I said, Nick, I need you to do me a favor. Go through these bid specs every time we have a change order. I said, just go through them. I'm not even sure what we're gonna find, but go through them. Lo and behold, Mr. Breidenbecker comes down to contract and supply and says, this change order for $45,000 is for work that was already in the original bid spec. Do you know what that means? That means we were gonna pay them $45,000 for work we already paid them to do. Now, I don't have the time to go back 5 years, but I can guarantee that was happening over and over and over again. And I'll tell you why. Because no one cared to look. Do you know how much money we saved for the city last year, making that simple change that first you have to check if you have the money before you spend it, and number two, if you're going to pay someone, make sure you didn't pay them yet. Really? Like, that's two simple changes that saved us a ton of money. I established a purchasing department again, okay? Because I said, I can't say it's enough. If you have unfettered and unwatched purchasing, you have unfettered and unwatched spending. There's no oversight. There's no process. We did work creatively to do a lot of different things. Now, some people kind of like joke around about this, but Mayor Galini saved, 75 grand in a Zamboni. Who cares? Well, that's how I look at every single thing I do. It has to be efficient. We have to spend money wisely no matter what, because it's not our money. We're the fiscal stewards of taxpayer dollars. Now, everyone's had a really good time making it out like I've been this crazy mayor who's been adding a lot of money to this budget for the past 4 weeks. But the reality is it's not true. And the reason we know it's not true is because it's in black and white. So I'm sick of hearing it. Now, the Zamboni was going to cost us $120,000, okay? Between 120 and 150? Yeah. We had multiple quotes, multiple different places, Canada, here, wherever, down in Jersey. We were not getting a Zamboni for less than 120. Now, we got really mad I canceled the water slides. Super mad, okay? Which I did save us about, $2 million on that one by canceling the project, because it was under budgeted anyways. Now, specific to the Zamboni, because this carries over to a lot of different purchases. I said, let's buy a used Zamboni. Everyone thought I was literally nuts. We bought one for $16,000. Now here's the key. That ice skating rink was already built. So I did cancel the water slides and got trashed publicly for doing it, but I had to do it because I didn't have the money to finish the project, okay? Number one, ice skating rink was already built. Now granted, we built an ice skating rink and did not plan on buying a Zamboni for some weird reason, or ice skates, but I figured out a way to do that for $100,000 less than it was going to cost if we just bid it out and bought new. $100,000 less. We've been doing that all over the place. I already talked about animal control. The paving spending, all right? Now, again, I just want to dispel a rumor. People are out there in videos and on the radio talking about how we overspent paving because in our charter, it says the minimum allotted amount you are allowed to spend on paving, the minimum is $5 million, the minimum. Now, what I will tell you is that we came within 5% of what we budgeted to do. Now, what were we getting cited on for in our audits before? Overspending, a lack of spending control. The paving program we put together, and this council saw and approved, by the way, we got done within 5% of the cost, 5%. Now, in the contracting world, if anyone's a contractor, 5% is pretty good. 5% is pretty good, okay? Now, the settlements that I've been dealing with getting us out from under that have been ignored for 20 plus years did save us last year about $40 million in one case and $400,000 in another, but I won't go into grave detail. Now, shifting the future burden. This one's simple. We put too much pressure on the property tax in this city. We always have. We always have because we just want to believe that when credit was cheap and we had money flowing, it was always going to stay that way. Well, it's not now, okay? So yes, we should have been talking about bed tax 5 years ago. We should have been reopening discussions with the county on sales tax distribution 5 years ago. We should have been trying to secure different grants that would fill operational costs instead of capital costs to build things that we can't afford to keep, okay? But we weren't. And frankly, the thing with the AIM funding, here's the thing. Like, I'm thanking this council for supporting and working together on me with that, because that is a huge reason why we got the next temporary bump. And by the way, that's $1.8 million that wouldn't be funding revenue source in this budget if we didn't get that temporary bump again, okay? I had federal Senate level people say that we should be credited for that because we did the legwork, we got it done, and lo and behold, a week and a half magically just happens after we send it to every single representative and broadcast it to every news agency in a city that it receives actual AIM funding, okay? So Regarding the tax rise, regarding the balance between fund balance and tax rise, and the tactics, and while it's a tax rise, so no one wants to look at it like care, but the actual thought that went into putting this budget together, I will invite everyone to please watch the budget presentation that I gave. But I wanted to come here today because if we're all going to work on a budget together and manage the city's finances, we have to be on a level playing field. We don't have to agree. We at least have to agree not to lie to the public. Okay? Thanks.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Great job, Mayor.
Thanks.
Council, is there anything you want to pull out of committee?
Motion
Mr.
to
President,
adjourn.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
You got it.